All right, guys, it is finally here. This is your 2025 Etsy blueprint. This entire free course is not going to leave any stone unturned to mastering your Etsy success next year. Like everything else we do on the Ecom Hannah channel, there is zero fluff in this course. These are some of my best kept tips and secrets for free, live right here, right now. To kick this off, let's go over what the components are in this coursework. Part one is cracking the code on your winning niche. So we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna validate your potential 6 or 7 figure shop idea before we go and waste a bunch of time or money on things or products that may not actually sell. Part two is we're gonna dominate your competition. We're gonna figure out how you're gonna build an unfair advantage on Etsy and make buyers choose your listings over everyone else. Part three of module one is setting your success milestones. So we are going to master goal setting techniques to hold yourself accountable and crush your targets every single time. Then we're going to move into part two, which is the art of creating irresistible Etsy listings. So part one of this is SEO secrets for skyrocketing sales. So a step-by-step guide on how to make your listings SEO impossible to ignore and the most optimized for the Etsy search pages. And then we're going to go into part two, where we're going to craft visuals that sell. We're going to learn how to do creative marketing and creative imagery that actually convert. And then we're going to get into part three, which is personally my favorite, scaling your shop to 6 figures and beyond. So part one of this is understanding the untapped power of Etsy ads. Discover why Etsy ads are the simplest way to skyrocket your sales. Part two is the proven strategies for explosive growth. We're going to unlock the exact high-level strategy of how to hit 6 figures and beyond. And part three, we're going to go over again another step-by-step ads blueprint, where we're going to follow a complete playbook to ensure that every dollar you spend gives you the greatest return while making more profit and more sales that you otherwise would not. Not to mention, guys, that if you go through this course to its entirety, there are a bunch of hidden bonuses and hidden assets that are there to ensure your success as well. So without further ado, let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and get into module one. I hope you guys enjoy. And be sure to leave any of your comments, questions, or concerns in the comment section so we can address them and help you there as well. All right, let's get into it. Welcome everyone to the 2025 Etsy Success Blueprint course. This is going to be an entire free course that is going to take you through every single thing that you need to know in order to start or scale your shop in the upcoming year. So let's not waste any time and let's just get right into it. So module one is uncovering your path to Etsy gold. So in this module one, part one, we're going to go ahead and crack the code to a winning niche. So we're going to go and validate that 6 or 7 figure shop idea before we potentially waste time and money on products that won't sell. All right, so what's the worst thing that can happen? The worst thing that can happen is that we go to market and we spend hundreds or even thousands of hours to find out that no one wants what we have to sell, right? So that's just a part of business, right? You're going to probably dedicate the next couple hundred thousands of hours of kickstarting this business, and it's horrible to find out that we go and potentially launch something and no one wants to buy what we have to sell. So don't worry, I'm going to do my best to not let that happen. And that's why in this module, I'm going to show you how to go into the market and do some top tier market research so that we can set ourselves up for success. But first, something that I think is really important to hit home with you guys, especially right now in the beginning of this course, right? So my YouTube channel blew up because of this video. This video is where I reveal what numbers I did my first calendar year in business. This was back in a time when there was only a few YouTubers. There was Dave Adicart and Starla Moore. And what people see is this headline, but what they don't realize is that these results did not happen by accident my first calendar year on Etsy. These results happened on the back end of 2 years of entrepreneurial failures. This is my grandma's spare bedroom. It's a 10 by 10 bedroom where I started this Etsy shop. I was broke. I was right out of college. I put all of my materials and my merchandise and my Etsy ads cost on a credit card, and I was broke, and I had one plan, and that was it, and that was to make this business work because I had so many entrepreneurial failures before. I started media buying, I tried to drop ship, I did all of these different weird types of business models. So these results happened, but on the back end of losing a lot of other battles. And that doesn't mean that this is going to take you 2 years, because I certainly didn't have free information like this. But my channel, my entire channel, is here as a resource for you guys to show you all of my wins, all my losses. Because even when you think you've made it, like I did at the point of me building this shop that did over $1 million every single year in business, right? That I even made mistakes on that level, right? You think you made it, and then you see all the things that that you messed up, right? So all of that is documented for free on my channel. This first brand, I even prematurely exited from it. I abandoned it because I got shiny object syndrome, which is the most amateur thing that you can do in business, right? I probably should have never left that company, right? So many mistakes and so many different levels of business that you don't know until you know. And looking back, you can only look back and learn from those mistakes. And so, we went through suspensions, we went through a whole bunch of stuff, getting the account back, all of the stuff. And so anyway, the moral of the story here is, with all of the things that go wrong in business, because they will, this game is so much more mental than it is physical. It's 80% mental, 20% physical, in my opinion, right? Like 80% learning, acquiring the skills, trying to understand, learning how to be a leader, all that stuff, right? And then 20% of actually implementing those skills. And once you learn it, it's actually really easy. And the thing that I just want to hit home is that if your first business venture, if your first attempt doesn't work out, right, and you do the steps that go through this course and you validate your product idea, especially in this upcoming module, right? In this upcoming module, we're actually going to show you how to validate an idea of young shops crushing it in a short amount of time that opened just in the last year, right? If we can validate that other people are doing it, that means that we can also do it. It's just, what are we going to do? What are we willing to do to get there? And that's where it really becomes a mental game. I always say, if you're going to open a business, come into it expecting that it is going to be the hardest thing that you've ever done, because when times do get rough, that mindset is what is going to make you prevail, right? And you can see that. You can see the shops that make it for many years and the shops that don't. And it really comes down to the mental game of understanding the fundamentals of Etsy and how to win at the game of Etsy, right? And so that's all I want to say here. Don't want to take up any more of your time. I think I added some more pictures here. This was actually the day that we were moving out of grandma's office. And like, we literally threw orders on the ground. We would use like plastic boxes to lenti cups to hold our raw materials, right? And then we finally moved out and actually got a real office. And this was our little team at the time. And yeah, and like I said, even at this level, I made huge mistakes that I could only learn from and get better, right? But no more time wasted here. Let's get into the next part. Let's just cover some basics of Etsy. Let's go ahead and build our house. So if you're going to invest a lot of time and money into building something, you might as well build a strong foundation, understand what makes for a strong bone house / Etsy business, so we can set ourselves up for the best case scenarios. So again, these are some fundamental understandings about Etsy that you should comprehend before you actually even go into the platform. So the first thing that we have to understand is that Etsy is a third-party selling platform, and it's not the same as owning your own website and driving that traffic to your own website, right? So when you sell on a third-party platform, number two is that means that you're playing a game, abiding by a set of rules that you don't own, right? So like, you don't own Etsy.com. So that means you're selling, your business lives in someone else's sandbox, that is Etsy.com. And there's things that you're allowed to do and things that you're not allowed to do. So you're playing against a set of rules. And so for us, what's winning is understanding what those rules are and winning how to play to the best of our ability. Kind of if you're playing, Monopoly or Monopoly Go, right? That's a really good way to look at it, right? There's a set of rules where you're going to strategize to win that game against your competition. And that's how I want you to look at Etsy. And number three here is, you are competing for clicks and purchases compared to everyone else, right? So just like in a game, you have competition on Etsy, whether you know it or not. You are competing for those clicks of your product in the Etsy search pages, right? And so there's better or worse strategies and things that we're going to talk about in this course that we're going to show you how to actually earn that click. Number 4 is Etsy charges you a 6.5% selling fee for each sale you get because they are bringing traffic that you otherwise would have to get from somewhere else. So the reason you have an Etsy selling fee of a 6.5% selling fee is because Etsy is supposed to be solving a problem for you. That problem is called traffic, right? If you own your own website, you're probably not going to get people to your website unless you pay for traffic or you're an influencer or you make content, right? And for people that are attracted to selling on Etsy, they're attracted to it because Etsy, in theory, is solving a problem for you that is called your traffic, right? And so they charge you a 6.5% fee in exchange for bringing you essentially free traffic. Well, it's not free because it's 6.5%, but just to give you an idea, to spend 6.5% of your sale price to acquire a customer, that's extremely cheap. You really don't get better acquisition costs than that unless you, are an influencer and you just have viral videos all the time, right? So that's still a really, really good deal compared to Amazon or other platforms like Fair and stuff like that. Number 5 is Etsy is a horizontal scaling business. So that means that it's not like, again, like I go back to your website where if you have one single product that goes viral, you can exponentially scale that with ads and grow very vertically on a one product line, right? On Etsy, it's very much a horizontal scaling thing, right? So if you want to make more money, you have to launch new products to sell consistently and consistently be testing new listings. And number 2, you get your ad budget, your Etsy ad budget, which we're going to talk about much later in this course and how to scale ads. But basically, you have an opportunity with Etsy ads to get your ad budget to a max allowance. And once you max out your ad budget, there's really no other way to make more money on Etsy other than just horizontally scaling out your product line and expanding your product line. Let's go to number 6 here. Like social media, Etsy has an algorithm that judges you the second you post a listing similar to social media. I think I just repeated myself there. So yeah, just like when you post an Instagram post, right, there's an algorithm and there's also a game to those algorithms, right? Etsy is the same way. So when we post our listing for the first time, we want to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for the best best possible outcome. Number 7, your listings get found by searching for keywords in the Etsy search bar. So that's number 8. The more searches per month a keyword has on Etsy, the more potential you have to make more sales, right? So if people are looking up the word dog collar more than mermaid pencil, right, then you have a bigger opportunity to make more money with selling dog collars than, say, mermaid pencil, or if it was something super specific, right? And we're going to talk about bigger niches and smaller niches later, but that is just the name of the game of Etsy, right? The amount of traffic that you have the potential to get is contingent to how many people are actually searching for that product that you have to sell. Number 9, this game is about small hedges over long periods of time, and that's how you win. This is not about, I'm so excited to start my business and you just kill yourself in the first 3 months and then burn yourself out, right? Anything in business, whether it's Etsy or not, it's about making small changes and tweaking the dials and improving and learning over long periods of time. And that's how you win. It's a marathon. It is not a sprint. Okay, and number 10 is, what is winning when it comes to choosing your niche or your shop? The winning on Etsy is mastering one thing before moving to another. We are ambitious, and that's why we are entrepreneurs. But as a result, what we like to do a lot of times is we like to multitask. And when we're starting something for the first time, we're very excited. And so we kind of think that we're like these entrepreneur magicians where we want to open up a first shop and then maybe a second shop and then maybe a Shopify store and then also like some social media sales channels at the same time. And the thing is if you want to be successful on Etsy specifically, I would put all of your energy into one thing before moving to another. I wouldn't open up a second or a third shop. I wouldn't try to get sales from your social media. It doesn't mean you can't have one. It's almost like starting multiple engines or multiple businesses at the same time. And it's more beneficial to focus on one thing before moving to another. And if you don't, and if you try, you want to open up a digital shop and a POD shop and another handmade shop, right? When you're doing all these things at the same time, the result is that you just start building a bunch of half-broken engines and really just burning yourself out. So focus on one thing before moving to another. All right, so with those basics covered, let's go. All right, so 3 things we're aiming for when we're selecting our niche, right? When we're selecting our niche, we want to choose something. We're trying to find a balance of these 3 things. The first one is something that you actually have interest in. So if you have actually no interest in what you're selling and what you're working on every day, the burnout is going to come, and it's going to come fast, right? Money can't just be the reason or your motivation for starting a business, right? You have to have a deeper connection to it on some level. So you actually have to like what you're doing. Now, of course, it doesn't mean that it's like your soul, it doesn't have to end up being your sole passion or whatever, but on some level, you have to have an interest in what you're doing. Otherwise, again, the burnout is going to come sooner than later. And I'm talking from experience on that. The number 2 is a proven concept or concept you can improve upon. So we're going to talk more about this in a little bit, but essentially what we're saying here is for your first go at business, it's not that you can't reinvent a wheel and launch a product that has never existed before. The problem with going into a space that's like you're completely reinventing the wheel is there's no proven concept for it. So normally, and if you don't have competition, it's usually an indicator that someone probably has already tried it and it didn't work, and that's why it doesn't exist. So an example for me, I had an opportunity to invest in 2 guys that wanted to sell white coffee, right? Their idea was like, oh, white coffee makes so much sense because, it won't stain your teeth. And once we dug in and we did more research, we realized, oh, wait a second, the reason this has never worked before, or there's no competition or no one doing it, is because no one actually cares if the coffee is white or black, if you actually do the research, right? Because for the few companies that have done white coffee, they're all like failed attempts, right? And so if you can't go into Etsy and find actual competition, that's usually an indicator that no one actually wants what you have to sell. Now, there's a difference between going into a niche where no one wants what you have to sell and actually improving upon what is already selling. So you're not reinventing the wheel, you're just adding value. So here's a picture here of this rainbow photo, right? And then to add value, which again, we're going to talk more about how to do this later, there's a very similar looking picture, but with a personalization on it, right? So this is an added value if you offer personalization, but also you could offer it without the personalization. But in theory, having a personalization request is adding value to something that could already be working. All right. And the third thing is that your business is scalable. And this is really major key on Etsy if you want to hit big numbers, right? So at any given time, can your shop handle a huge influx of orders? So if your customer support or if the quality of your product diminishes as you get an increase of order, then as you get an increase of orders, right, then your business isn't really scalable or set up to scale. So whatever product or niche you go into, you want to make sure that at any given point, if you've got a huge influx of orders, you can actually support those orders and have the system in place to do so. All right, so with that being said, let's go ahead and find a winning niche together. So we're going to hop into a tool called Erank here, and we are going to do these 5 steps. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do some research and find top sellers on Etsy, and then we are going to pick our interested niches. We're going to go ahead and do some research on those niches. We're going to weigh out some pros and cons, and then we're going to actually select. So like I mentioned before, the winning in all of this is educating yourself, seeing what the opportunity is, figuring out which one aligns with you the most, which one you think that you're going to, align with the most, but also yield you the results that you want to see. And then once we do all that research, the winning is picking up one card and focusing only on that one thing, going all in on that one thing before moving into another. Because the reality is any one business idea can be a 6 or 7 figure business. It's when you start getting shiny object syndrome, or you think the grass is greener on the other side, and almost never is the grass greener on the other side, right? It's every new business venture, every new product selection has its own needs, wants, fears, and goals instead of problems, right? So That's one of the biggest amateur moves that we as entrepreneurs make, is that we think that, oh, it's going to be easier on Shopify. Oh, it's going to be easier on TikTok. And it's almost never the case. It's going to be hard no matter what direction you want to go in. So you might as well, if you want to be on Etsy, go hard, go in on Etsy, and go all in once you figure out what niche you want to go into. All right, so now let's hop into our other screen here and start doing some of this research. Alrighty, so we are inside of erank.com, and Erank is one of the, well, it is the leading Etsy tool, success tool when it comes to doing your keyword optimization, your SEO, checking your competitors, doing product research. It really just puts everything in one place. When we're going to validate a product idea, like I said, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, right? If you can't find competition on Etsy, then that either means maybe it's a huge opportunity because it hasn't been brought to Etsy yet, in which case that means that you need to have validated proof or signs of momentum somewhere else. So like if you saw, a similar type of product go viral on TikTok or something and you can't find it on Etsy yet, that's like a great opportunity. That means it might work on Etsy. But if you can't find your idea or your product category on Etsy and you don't have any other signs of proof or momentum somewhere else, then that probably means that there's not enough search volume for it. So, or searches or want for it. So basically what we're going to do here, they have this really cool tool called Top Sellers on Etsy. So what I want to see is shops that have opened up within the last year and pushing the most sales for a short time period. This is a clear indicator that they're a new shop and they have sales momentum. So that means if someone else did it within a year, then I can too. So say I wanted to go into the jewelry space here. So as you can see, we have the top shop names here, followed by the amount of sales that they have pushed in 2024. So what I would want to do is I would want to go and explore these shops and figure out, is this something that I resonate with? Is this something that I feel like I have the willingness and the capacity to produce, right? Am I excited by these products? If you can find some potential future competition, what you're going to do is come in here and click on this little eye. This is going to start tracking them as a competitor. And you're going to see later in the modules how we are actually going to utilize this feature. And so right now, all we're doing is we're just building a list of potential competitors or potential niches that we have interest in. And you have all these different categories. Obviously, the store names are blurred out here, but when you do click on them, you can go and see their shop and see the types of products that they're selling. And again, this isn't made for you to copy, but it's to validate that what you have in your mind that you may or may not want to sell, or you may want to sell, that actually gives proof that these shops are pushing a good amount of sales volume in a short amount of time. So 16,000 sales is a lot of sales for your first year in business. That's absolutely insane. I mean, even to get your first 1,000 sales on Etsy in your first calendar year is really, really good. So obviously these guys are doing something right. So if we do think that we want to go into jewelry, these are the guys that we want to pay attention to in order to compete. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to come over to the sales tab here. And so all of those people that we've been adding to our list are going to show up here. Again, I blurred out the names, but what's really cool is they have this feature here where you can write a note. So you can document what type of niche or products was this store selling. So you can remember. So if you're first starting out, I really recommend you do not skip this step. Really, this is the biggest step that most sellers want to skip when they're starting a business, because they get an idea in their head and they just want to go to market as fast as possible. And while it's really exciting, you really don't want to overlook doing market research, because this really makes or breaks how long it's going to take you to see the sales that you want. It really starts here. The foundation of a successful business starts here. And I am telling you that from so much experience. I cannot even recommend this enough. So I would put in, per niches that you're interested in, I would go out and get at least 20 of each. So right now I have jewelry and POD clothing. So I would go and flag a minimum 20 of each of the top people that you resonate with the most. This is going to give you a big enough data sample when we get into our later step 2. So let's just pretend that we picked POD and jewelry, right? We would want to keep adding more and more until we have 20 per shop category or niche. And what this is basically showing you is a lot of important data points, right? They're showing you daily sales amount, the total sales amount, the shop age. So like you can see all of these shops within 9 months old, right? And we are going to, again, use this to then discover how we're going to compete once we select the niche that we're going to go into. After you have completed your list of all the potential shop ideas that you're interested in, we are now going to go in a deeper dive and figure out some pros and cons to really figure out what are some of the logistics that are going to have to happen. And again, this research is not doing this research is why so many sellers prematurely quit because they don't really know what they're signing up for when they start a business. And obviously, you don't know everything until you just start doing it. But this preparation really helps you be honest with yourself when you actually extract that knowledge and that research and put it on paper. It really sets you up for proper expectations and staying in this for the long run. So I'm going to click on this shop name here. When we clicked on that shop, we get even more shop info on this tab here by looking at the age again, the average daily sales. And what I think is really important is that total sales for 2024. So it looks like their top sellers are really at about $30 here in price point. So we're just running some rough estimations because we're trying to weigh out the pros and cons in terms of opportunity. So what we would do here is we would pull up our calculator, $29, $29.99 times 7305. So in less than 1 year, this shop has already cleared over $200,000 in revenues. Even if their profit was only, let's say, times 18%, right? That is around $40,000 profit for the first year in business. So most businesses don't even make profit the first year. So that's extremely good. And this is kind of what you want to do when you're weighing out the opportunity. So let me just show you where this is actually going to come into play. So this is the first bonus that I have available for you guys, which is a pro and con worksheet. And again, really don't overlook these worksheets, don't overlook this research, because you really want to take everything that's in your head or everything that you're seeing and put it down on paper in front of you so you can make the best decision. So as you're doing this research and trying to weigh out your pros and cons, I would implore you to get this free worksheet, go through filling it out. So basically you have different shop ideas here. So I have 5. So I would probably limit to 5 ideas that you actually want to do this on, right? I would say 3 minimum, 5 max. And so what we're doing is writing out the pros and cons and basically scoring the product opportunity. So description of your proposed store type, your target audience. And also you can utilize tools like ChatGPT to assist you to even give you more information. I want to start a print on demand sweater company that has, funny sayings that are also holiday specifics. Can you kind of write me up a target audience customer avatar, right? And put that here. Does this niche align with your brand style, your values, and your long-term vision, right? If it doesn't, maybe write the opportunity could, like your competitors, they don't really have a mission or a vision or a why or a deeper connection, but I want to make mine like this, right? Could it become that long-term vision, right? Does it have that opportunity? And then write out your pros and your cons of that niche specifically. So I really think that I could turn this into a self-love or a body positivity brand, or I really think I could do something like this, but put a twist on it like this. And the cons, what are the cons or the logistic cons of bringing that product to fruition, right? And this is going to take some extra research for you. And then also, of course, you have ChatGPT. So anything that you don't understand about how to get a product to market, you have ChatGPT at your disposal. And then what you want to do is estimate your startup cost to produce. So do you need software? Is there specific equipment that you need, right? So you're not blindsided when you realize, oh, wait, this actually costs money, right? And then the pros and cons of those startup costs, the yearly potential revenue, right? So your estimated units sold per year, right? And we're using those numbers based off that research that we saw, right? Estimated gross revenue units sold, your revenue per year, and the pros and cons of that revenue. Then we're going to go further in our product logistics. So what logistically needs to happen? So if you're doing print on demand, you're probably going to use software like Printify or Printful. If you're hand making your items or private labeling your items, right, you might need to be sourcing a production partner or manufacturer overseas in India or China or something like that, right? And the complexity of which it takes to fulfill your item has pros and cons depending on what you like. Maybe you hate dealing with manufacturers and production partners, right? And that's why you want to do digital downloads or print on demand, right? And so weigh out those pros and cons. And then at the end here, you're going to basically give this an overall rating. So after evaluating all the above factors, what is your overall impression of this niche? What is the strength? What are the weaknesses in your overall potential? And, out of all of my options, I rate this, I would say, you have not 1 out of 10, but 1 out of 5, right? So where does this opportunity lie on all of your potential ideas, right? And again, what this does, it takes out just looking at things and forgetting, but it puts it on paper before you move on to the next opportunity. And this, again, is a really crucial step when really weighing out, does it align with me? Does the revenue seem like something that I'm excited about? And logistically, does this seem like something I can see myself doing for a long time?
Another really cool feature about Erank is their trends tool. So this is another really, a secondary way to get inspired or get ideas for what to sell on Etsy is based off what's trending. So on Etsy, I mean, obviously you can come in here into the trend boards tool and select Etsy, but there's other platforms that they support. So you can maybe even potentially see what's trending off of Etsy and if there's opportunity to bring that product to market on Etsy or that shop to market on Etsy. Because another remember, if you can't find competition on Etsy but you can find it doing really well on another platform, then that may be a huge opportunity, meaning that it just hasn't been brought to Etsy yet. So I'm going to the Amazon handmade category because I am handmade, so maybe I can find some items that are doing well. And so this is looking for the trend buzz. um, Specifically reveals the top search terms on Etsy, eBay, Amazon, and dozens of other marketplaces. So again, if something's going really hot on a different platform, maybe that's a huge opportunity to see. So I'm going to sort it by change to see which ones are the hottest. So I put Amazon Handmade, and one of these top words here is Advents Calendar. So I had no idea what this was, but if you were someone doing, items that could potentially be seasonal. Like I didn't even know what that was. And then when I Googled it, it's like one of these like little wooden calendars. So if you're someone that could produce this or go through a production partner, like one of the ways that we showed you, I mean, these are super, super cute. And you can also see that some of these top brands, Pottery Barn, West Elm, Williams Sonoma, are also selling them. So that means that if you are, you have a shop that potentially has seasonality, that you may want to look into doing that product opportunity. But I just really like this because, again, this is, you don't always want to limit yourself to the platform because there could be huge product opportunities that have not hit the platform yet. I am on eRank Expert, so I'm getting full access to all of these features with unlimited amounts. And they have a super special offer for you guys today that you can get in the link in the description if you sign up for eRank Expert or Pro, just so you can fully optimize all of the tools and features for your business. So make sure you click the link in the description if you're interested. This is an exclusive offer that they're just giving these people that are going through this course. So this is not something that they have on their public webpage. We'll click that link to see your exclusive offer with exclusive bonuses.
Before we hop into module 1, part 2, I wanted to cover the 4 different Etsy selling models, or the way that I see it in terms of what you are even allowed to sell on Etsy. So the 4 different models are print on demand, digital downloads, completely handmade, or handmade with a production partner. So on Etsy, you're not just allowed to resell goods, right? So you have to have some hand in the design of the actual product, or you need to be making it completely. And if you are not completely handmade, then you do have to disclose your production assistance, right? So could spend, hours and hours and hours on each one of these different categories. But just to give you a high level, and also I can link below additional trainings below this video that takes a deep dive into each one of these. If
if this also helps you in aids you in picking your actual niche. Because when it comes to weighing out the pros and cons, a big part of that is not just the product, but it's also understanding the model, the business model, and the pros and cons of the business model of print on demand versus handmade with a production partner, or digital downloads versus completely handmade, and trying to pick what not only niche you want to go into, but the model that is going to serve you in terms of the capacity, your finances, all of that stuff. So let's just do on a high level. I'll do a high level definition of each one, and then we'll go into module 1, part 2. So print on demand is when, let me just pull up a Printify page here so you can get a visual. You use a company like Printify that basically prints your designs on different types of products. So you can see all of the different types of products that they have. And this has probably been the most popular, the most popular model that has blown up in most recent days, because you don't actually have to pay for the product until it sells. So it's a very low risk business model, but there is pros and cons, and that's why it's really important to weigh out your pros and cons. The pro in this is, again, it takes care of a huge logistic nightmare, right? Like, you don't actually have to buy these shirts and have them in your office, or these mugs, right? You just you integrate Printify with your Etsy account, and then when it sells, it gets fulfilled by Printify. Again, full trainings on how to actually do that will be below. Now, a con with Printify, or print on demand in general, is that it can be a little bit competitive, but you're still seeing shops, especially when I did my own research, that are still doing very well, that are actually following the rules, meaning they're making designs that aren't copyrighted with like Disney and stuff, and those shops are still performing within the year. So you're still finding shops doing well. It's just still you have to do certain things in order to compete, which we'll again talk about later in the next modules coming up, of how to compete. Your margins on this, on a lot of these products, are slim. So your profit margins after the product cost and fulfillment, in some cases, are between, I would say on the lowest end, if you're doing the pricing right, 15%, upwards of maybe 30-40% on, depending on what you're selling your products on. I have seen 50%. Phone cases, I think, are up to like 50% for what the market is saying you could price your items at. But when you factor in, and those are margins, 15, some, shirts I see around 30%. Those are your profit margins before you invest in marketing. So, your profit margins are a lot less than when you have control over your own product. But again, if you never have to touch the product, or, have a whole fulfillment center, then arguably, maybe that would end up being your margin anyway. So there's a lot of different pros and cons, but again, it's understanding the pros and cons and picking up the card that serves you best. The next module we had listed there is something called digital downloads. So it's selling things like digital planners, digital product resale vault, social media calendars, things that you're just buying a digital asset. So you don't actually have to touch the product. Like you see here, this is 98 cents. Now, some pros and cons, high level pros and cons with stuff like this is, you actually don't even have a product. Like, there's no really customer complaints, because you're selling a digital asset. So your refunds or people complaining about sizing issues, pretty much non-existent, because you're just selling straight up a digital asset, which is a really, really huge plus. However, some of the cons with it is, you can see some of these sale prices are really, really inexpensive, but there are ways of, selling higher ticket digital downloads, right? You don't want to do only digital downloads that are less than $1, right? You would want to do, bundle things together to get, be able to sell things that have some, like a substance of price. So something in the 15, 20, or even, I mean, I see digital downloads, going up to $100 if you're making really, really good like Shopify templates and stuff like that. But with all that being said, that's actually a really cute custom Pixar portrait. With all that being said, like in this example, right, you can see here's one that's $23, right? I would want to focus on digital assets with higher price point, not so much these smaller ones, right? But the moral of the story is, because you don't actually have a product cost, you make more margin. But you would want to focus on, unique type of digital assets, that you could sell at a higher price point. And the next one is obviously, we had in the sheet all handmade, which arguably, well, not arguably, that is what my shop is. I've only had handmade, well, my first company was handmade with production assistants. My second shop is completely handmade because all of our seamstresses actually work for us, like in-house. There are seamstresses. But the third one, which is creating your own products with production assistants, that is when you find a manufacturer. So I know a lot of people don't, they think about Alibaba and AliExpress as having a bad rep, but it really is the best place to find manufacturers. I mean, this is where I've sourced most of my manufacturers, other than working with some people on Upwork, like brokers on Upwork to connect us to some people in India for our fabrics. But it's really never been easier than ever to source manufacturers. And you don't always have to, find people just from China. They have people from India and here, Vietnam, South America, right? And you can see their reviews. And so essentially, someone that's handmade with production assistant would be almost like the person selling the tumbler in the example before, right? Where the tumbler, obviously they didn't make the tumbler. Let's just find one. Basically are buying wholesale tumbler cups, and then they're buying these blanks, and then they're doing the custom personalization, right? So you can buy, these are probably the exact tumblers that we're seeing on Etsy, and then they have a laser engraver where they're engraving people's names. Yep, here you go. So wholesale pricing, is 260 to 285. Shipping is probably what's costing them more money than the actual tumbler. So that is what you're seeing a lot on Etsy. It looks like they're selling, some like cutting boards and stuff like that. Like you literally can source anything from Alibaba. And again, you don't have to limit yourself to just Chinese goods. So those on the high level, those are the four, ways that you're allowed to sell on Etsy. It's just really important that you're not doing making designs that are trademarked with like, Disney or something like that. And you're not just reselling goods because you might get away with it for a little bit, but eventually it will catch up to you. And the worst thing you can do is have a thriving business that's technically illegal, and then you lose everything after you spend thousands of hours. So you definitely want to follow the rules, but let's get into the next part. Congrats, you officially finished module 1, part 1. Now we're moving into module 1, part 2, dominate your competition, build your unfair advantage on Etsy, and make buyers choose you over anyone else. All right, so you selected your niche, now what? So hopefully in the last module you saw how you go about, doing some competitor or doing some product analysis, some niche analysis, and you can make an educated decision on which card we want to pick up. Because remember, we don't want to pick up multiple cards at once. We don't want to start multiple shops at one time. Honestly, we don't even want to do multiple product lines at one time, because every different niche, every different product, every different sales channel, right? If Etsy is a sales channel, if making sales through Instagram is a sales channel, if Shopify is a sales channel, if TikTok is its own sales channel, right? Every single sales channel, every niche, every even product type has its own needs, wants, fears, and goals. So it's important that we pick up one card and master that one thing before we move to another. So now, since we've done that, what comes next? Now we need to understand something called a value proposition. So this is how we're going to build this with our niche to ensure that we can compete to win. And by the way, you can compete in any niche, even if it's the most saturated niche, right? Competition is not a bad thing as long as you have the willingness to do what you need to do to compete, right? So that's why I'm not afraid of competition. So the perceived value of a product is the perceived value of what you're selling versus the price they pay. So it's the perception of what they think that product is worth for the price point. And it doesn't mean that you always have to have the cheapest price, right? If you're going to sell something higher ticket, right, you just have to have a justification for why it's more expensive, right? And we'll explain that here later. Now, what makes your product's perceived value increase? So here's a couple of things that it makes the perceived value of an item be more, right? So it could come down to the quality that you're using, your materials, if you're actually hand making the product versus just, competing against a Chinese reseller, if you're someone that actually makes or designs your own products, right? We want to make sure that we're putting that storytelling in our images and stuff like that, and showcasing that process to connect with our customer. If you offer personalization, if you offer more variation than other people, like in more colors or more personalization opportunity, your imagery, your videography, your cohesive brand vibe. Is it a trendy brand vibe? And do you have in trend, beautiful imagery and videography? Storytelling, right? If you're competing against someone that's just reselling products from China and doesn't actually have a hand on the design or the creative process, right? And you tell that story in your imagery, show your face, do a little video in your video on Etsy of you showing how you make the product or design the product, right? That increases the perceived value of the quality or the story, the connection that the customer is going to make with you over someone else. Bundling, so do you sell, buy two, get it for a cheaper price? Do you bundle multiple different items together for a slightly cheaper price? So bundling is a huge way to do this. And then obviously price point, right? If you are, someone that is in a price competitive niche, but that doesn't mean you always have to be the cheapest. So now let's do an exercise together. Alrighty, so we're back here in Erank and we're actually using the compare listing tool. So what we are going to do here is we're going to run an exercise to explore what the potential opportunity is and try to spot where the value proposition lies or what we would have to do in order to compete. So what I actually would implore you to do is after you select your niche and you have that 20 list of competitors, take the top 3 pushing the most sales and take their top listings that is a similar product selling, attracting the same customer avatar. And I would put those 3 in here and try to pull out the key performance indicators or spot some of the value propositions that they have and do really well or where they lack to try to find the opportunity to compete. So in this exercise, I actually picked 2 that are kind of performing well and 1 that's not performing very well. And we're going to run through this exercise with the hopes that you can do this for yourself with, your top competitors or the top shops to try to figure out again where that opportunity lies. So we have 3 different listings here and from 3 different shops selling the same thing, right? But one shop is getting 160 daily views, one is getting almost 2,000, and one is only getting 7, right? And so what we're trying to do is try to spot the difference in why the algorithm likes this one and not so much this one. And what's interesting when you put these URLs here, right? Erank is going to give you back a bunch of data points. What's interesting is this one is half as old as this one, but its estimated amount of sales is 300, while this one is only 41, and obviously this one is just blowing them out of the park. So we want to figure out what is this one doing well that's making it exceed, these results. Obviously, we want to look at this one to see why this one is exploding, right? And we want to compare that to this guy who's only getting 7 views a day and in total only has about 41 sales. So out the gates, when we look at this, what can we see? So we can see that these 2 have really fast processing times. This one's actually almost worse than that, right? So processing times are especially important during the holidays when you are last minute shopping. Another thing is the image count. So these 2 only have 10 images, while this one has 6 images, where historically, if you're doing listing optimization, which we'll talk about more about this later, right, you want to optimize all of your image slots. If you have 10 image slots and a video slot, you want to put in that. And then also conversion rate. So the estimated conversion rate on this guy is obviously the highest, which means that the holistic selling of the product in the listing is doing way better than this one and this one. Now let's go ahead and actually try to do a deeper dive look at what other value propositions this one could be missing where these 2 are really doing well in. So when we do a deeper dive on the listing themselves, what do we find? So on the 2 that we're performing, you can see that their sale price is displaying a cheaper option than the rest. And the reason that there is a cheaper option is because they're actually allowing you to buy the tumbler without any customization. And then all of these other options are with that personalization request. So that is the first thing. Another thing is they both have perfect 5 stars. Another thing is that they have a ton of variation options. So this one I think has about 15. If you slide down the drop down menu, this one I think has like
50 or something like that. So that's just out the gates. Now, if we look a little bit further, compared to this one, right? You only have 5 variation options. It has no upsells. So the price, what you see as the first price is the first price. And this is major key, right? So when you see a cheaper price on the front end with a beautiful main image, that earns you the click. And that is the hardest part about all of this, is competing for that click. Even if, like you saw, the conversion rate on the listing actually on this one was lower than this one, even though the conversion rate was lower, my guess is because they're earning so many clicks, right? The algorithm is liking it better, right? And so that just contributes to it performing, even though, you know, maybe the product is actually inferior. It's just again, the perception of value. So they see 1080 for a personalized cup. Compared to everyone else selling at $30, right? So you're just earning that click, and then, you know, the pros are outweighing the cons. So 5 stars, where this one only has 4.5 stars, so not perfect stars. They all are running a daily sale, or a sale that's ending soon. If we write out our complete list of the differences here, you know, we wrote out 1 and 2 have a tier of upsells, where number 3 has no upsells. They have no drop down menu trying to upsell them into more expensive things. 1 and 2 has faster processing times. This one has slower processing times. This one has a perfect 5-star reviews. This one has 4.5, which makes or breaks everything. These two have fully optimized image slots, where this one only has 6 image slots. These ones have 15 plus variation options to buy with personalization. This one only you can change the color, and that's it. You can't change the font. You can't change pretty much anything, even the hearts in the corner. This one has cohesive, clear follow-up images, spelled that wrong. And this one has more amateur branding and follow-up images, right? So if you earn that click and your follow-up imagery isn't really cohesive or branded or confusing, you already lost that sale or decreased your conversion rate. And so you're looking for all of those things. Like if you go through their listing and it's hard for you to even understand how to buy it, how to do the personalization, which is probably why number 2 over there, or the one that not the middle one, conversion rate was lower, because when you do look at their options, they have so many options that also could contribute to confusion. If you're giving too much overwhelm, it almost can scare people away. So you're looking for that balance of the listing being clear, the person understanding it right away. And the clear sign of something being too overwhelming is if you have to ask yourself a question of how to buy this, or how to do the personalization request, or it takes you forever to find it, remember that increases your drop off and makes you lose sales. And so all of these little moments of truth might seem like little things by themselves, but as you do and increase your value proposition with all these little moments of truth, whether it's, you know, competitive imagery, storytelling, the value proposition, having more variation options, like individually, all these things sound small, but compounded together is what yields, you know, the greatest results. Okay, now that we see what we're looking for, let's circle back to our competitor analysis. So this is our second bonus, which is a value proposition template. So in here, again, we want to extract all that research and all that data that you're collecting and actually put it down on paper. And remember, putting things down on paper is really what holds you accountable to doing the thing later. So right now, on one side here, you have the competing market value prop. So you're listing out what you need to do in order to compete. And then you're going to write out what you are actually going to do to compete. So again, what are all the things that you have the capacity and willingness to do and the budget to do in order to compete? And you're not trying to do, not necessarily every single value proposition, right, at the launch, but you're at least trying to meet them where they're at or beat them, right? And when you launch your business for the first time, you might not be able to launch with, you know, personalization or having the most variation options, right? That shouldn't inhibit you from going to market, but you should make it a goal to, you know, again, meet the top people, or, you know, with the goal to beat them eventually. So this is another template that I would implore you to go down in the description and get. You can go ahead and make a copy of this and just fill this worksheet out as well. And so this is how you're, you know, keeping yourself accountable and ensuring that you understand what you need to do to come into the market. And I'll tell you from experience,
probably the hardest thing for people to really nail is cohesive branding. And we can talk more about that later, but essentially that brand vibe or chasing the trending fonts or typography and stuff like that. If you've never done design work, if you've never sold anything online before, if you've never made anything in exchange for someone giving you money, right? There's so much learning that just comes with doing the thing and designing and making something 1,000 times over. I think there's like a book about the rule of 1,000 hours or something like that, if you've dedicated 1,000 or maybe it's even 10,000 hours to something, surely you master it by just doing it over and over again. And most of the time when people are not seeing the sales they want, it's because of a branding issue. Not necessarily cohesive branding, but knowing how to make designs that sell, that are actually what the market wants, or just doing the creative marketing side of things, because that is probably the hardest skill to conquer if you're not a natural graphic designer or someone that has done photography and stuff like that. So that is only something you can get better at by doing it over and over and over again. My first renditions of images for my first company, with my photography and my logo design, and I would design my product inserts, all that stuff. What it was when I first launched versus 2 years later of doing it over and over again was wildly different. The winning is starting, but having the goal in mind of where you want to go in the future. All right, guys, we are now entering module 1, part 3, set your success milestones, master goal setting techniques to hold yourself accountable and crush your targets. All right, so your product could be curing cancer, but it really doesn't matter unless you have execution. So many people get very excited about their product idea, about, launching for the first time. There's a lot of excitement, which is great, but where they fall short on is actually execution, like the actual execution part, right? And so this is what I tell any new startup. It's like I said, your product could be curing cancer, but if you're not making consistent action steps for long periods of time, like years and years, then you're not going to hit the goals that you want. And I'm not saying it's going to take years and years and years to hit your goals, but that's the mindset that you want to have when you're starting a business. You want to assume that this possibly could be the hardest thing that you're ever going to do, because that mindset is what makes you prevail through the hard times. Speaking from experience, it's especially hard to hit your goals when they never existed in the first place. Okay. So launching a business with no goals, this is what leads to things like shiny object syndrome, a lot of mismanagement of your time, because the biggest thing working against you, especially if you have another job or something like that, the biggest thing working against you is your time. So you want every hour spent, every minute spent going to something that's yielding you the greatest return or the greatest result. And then it also leads to a lack of accountability. So if you don't know where you're going or you don't have your sights set, right, you can't really hold yourself accountable to reaching certain levels in your business, which will make more sense here in a second. Okay. So let's not do that. And I'm speaking so much from experience with this, because with my first company, I managed to hit really great numbers in the first year. That was built off the backs of 2 years of entrepreneurial failures. But even once I did start hitting revenue goals that I wanted, to get myself to the next level, like what was after that, it wasn't possible, because looking back, I didn't have this foundation that I'm about to show you. In general, I say you can get to 7 figures by yourself, but when you want to do 7 figures and beyond, you need a team. And to lead that team, you need to know where you're going. And I did not know where I was going, because I didn't build a foundation like this. So it's really good, even if you're just a solopreneur or launching for the first time, to do this for yourself. This is really what the top of the top sellers do. Now let's go ahead and start this practice. So we're going to go back into that list that we made. And let's say that we figured out that we decided that we want to do print on demand clothing. Now, when it comes to setting goals, we need to run some numbers. And this is an exercise, even though we're going to be estimating, it's really valuable to do this exercise, because numbers and putting numbers on paper holds us accountable when things don't work out, or if they do work out, right? And it's really good to get in this make this a normal practice for anything you're investing your time or energy into. And again, what this does is it puts it in front of your face and holds you accountable when times do get tough, right? Because if you're not doing the things that you said you were going to do and you're not seeing the results, then it becomes very black and white. So we're back in that sales page where we made our list of, our 20 per niche that we're interested in. And now say that we want to do the print on demand clothing, and we want to now figure out, okay, who is the guy that's really doing the best? And let's go figure out what they're doing well. And similar to the value propositions, we're going to look at some other things that we're going to put into our goal setting plan. All right. So let's just click on one of the top people. Let's say this guy right here. And why are we looking at our competition again is because these are the people that are doing great sales. They're doing everything right. They're not doing anything copyrighted or illegal. They're following the rules. And now we want to pull out some data to see what we need to do to set some accountability goals. So 8 months old, it's done about $7,300 in sales. Now you're going to see how this translates into our goal setting. Important things here is the number of active listings that they have, the average sales per day that they have, and we're going to basically set up our goals if we want to use this guy as a model for what we have to do to hit these type of numbers in 8 months. So let me hop over to bonus number 3. So this exercise and this template is a setting your goals template, and I did not invent this. This is something that I learned about much later in my own journey. You're going to fill this out again. So your niche, POD shirts, your target market, right? So if it's sorority girls, if it's funny dad shirts, right? Then you're probably targeting wives, all of those things. And again, I always say chat GPT, but it's chat GPT, right? You can use chat GPT to help you with this, to really get specific on who you're trying to target. It's important to know your target market because when you're making your creative marketing efforts with your imagery and your storytelling, you want all of that imagery, your copywriting to speak specifically to that ideal customer avatar, right? You do that again in your creative processes of your imagery and stuff like that. Your proven marketing plan for the most part on Etsy is going to be pretty much the same. So a consistent Etsy listing launch process. It's going to be scaling my ads budget profitably. If it was print on demand, integrating with Printify and using Canva to make my designs, right? And then essentially I'm just writing it really bad, and I would go ahead back to chat GPT, put that in there and have it rewrite this. Again, this is how to use your time most wisely. So in this market and this template, what we're going to do is go over our 1-year goal, right? And then we're going to break that 1-year goal into quarterly goals. And then we're going to break those quarterly goals into a right now issue list of what do we need to do right now to achieve our 1-year goal. What are we going to do? We're going to use that top competitor as as someone to reference when we're doing this. So that top competitor in 8 months has gotten 7,300 sales. That's 900 sales a month. If we do that times 12, then arguably, roughly, they're going to be around 11,000 sales in the first year that they're in business. When I look at some of their actual top listings, it looks like the median price, like on average, is around $24.99. So 11,000 times 24. 99, that is $275,000 in that first calendar year. So let's go ahead and put our estimated revenue goal at $275,000. And then our estimated profit of that. So again, we're just running some rough numbers. So how would we estimate profit? Well, this is 100%. I can tell that it's 100% a print on demand store. So what I can do is easily come over to Printify, and I found in the catalog of Printify, you can look at all the different products that they sell inside of their catalog here. You can find the blanks that they're printing on. So Comfort Colors is the brand, and you can see that with Printify Premium, you can get this shirt for around $11.30, and the starting shipping price is a $3.99. I'm going to use this free profit tree Chrome extension real quick just to run some numbers. So if the sale price is $24.99, the shipping price that the customer pays is $4.99, and then the cost of goods is $11.30, and then the shipping it says from $3.99, but let's just make it a worst case scenario at like say $4.50. And so now let's calculate that. So the total profit per unit is around $10.88, which is about a 43% profit margin percentage before marketing. Let's just do a little bit more estimation. So if we do 275 times point, let's just say 40%, right? That's about $100,000 profit before ads. So let's just say that we invested an additional 20% to marketing that year. So actually we were at 43%, and then let's just say that another 20% went to our marketing. So that would be 275 times point, let's just say 23%, right? So that's a $63,000 profit in the first year. So that's, we're trying to make it worst case scenario numbers, but a $63,000 profit for a product that you never have to touch is pretty amazing for your first year in business. Most businesses don't even make profit their first year in business. So again, why are we doing this? We're doing this to hold ourselves accountable, and to, if we don't hit this, then why aren't we hitting that? So the measurable for this would be what? It would be the 11,000 sales, right? We need to get 11,000 sales in 1 year to achieve this. And we also need to have, I think we said the shop has 373 active listings. So let's just say we need about 420 active listings in the first year. And obviously we're ballparking it, but when you're making these deductions, we're making these hypothesized numbers based off of some data, and that's again a part of the thing that the thing that keeps you accountable. Now we need to break this down into our quarterly goals. So what is our estimated revenue? So actually I already broke down my measurables. I actually just changed this because I just realized I wrote it wrong. Okay, so we skipped down here real quick. For measurables, we would need to be having about over 105 listings for the first quarter, which is about 10 listings per week. The estimated revenue to achieve this goal by the end of 2025, we would have to do 275 divided by 4, which is $68,000 in our first quarter. But usually the first quarter is slower, so let's just make this a little bit more realistic since a lot of this is probably made in Q4. Let's just say that we want to do 20,000 in our first quarter, and then we'll compound this in the next quarters when we set our next quarter goals, which by the way, you should be setting your next quarter goals 30 days before the quarter before it ends. So let's just make this 20,000 to make this a little bit more realistic. But for each quarter planning, it should sum up to the 275. But your first quarter is usually, you're learning, it's slow, it's painful. Let's just make it that much. We said that we're going to be running a 23% profit. So that's 20K, 0.23 times 20,000. That's a $4,600 profit. And then measurables of how many sales test listings do I need? You need about 105 listings, and that's about 10 listings per week to hit this 105, to hit this 420 by the end of the year. And then how many sales do you need to do $20,000? About $25 per listing. So that is 20,000 divided by $25. That's about 800 listings or 800 sales. 800 sales in the first 3 months, which when we get into the ads portion, you'll definitely see how this is possible. Now, finally here, we're going to go over the issue list. So this is the actual action items that you need to do to make this happen. Maybe that very first step is learn how to use Printify. Maybe the next step is learn take design course, right? Maybe there's some preliminary steps that we have to do in order to achieve this, right? Maybe your first week is just learning how to design, right? Maybe the first thing is finishing this course that you're actually taking, right? You really want to pull back the layers on what's the true issue in order to hit your goals. Maybe it is learn how to time block my calendar because you're really bad at planning and keeping yourself accountable. Maybe that's the first step. Whatever that is for you, you're going to want to write these down. And then when it comes to putting these action items or your issue list on your calendar, you know what you need to prioritize first, second, third. But you really need to take a step back and ask yourself what really needs to happen right now in order for me to hit these numbers. And then what you're going to want to do is move these action items to your actual calendar, which I just use a Google Calendar. And essentially, I time block my day, or even if you have limited time, I time block my day in order to make sure that I'm achieving these things. And when I'm working on these things, I'm not multitasking. I'm only focusing on that task to its actual completion. And sometimes you learn that you have more issues once you start going. Like maybe you learn that in order to compete, you want to do personalization. So you need to learn how to make personalized listings, right? And you start adding these things and adjusting your calendar according to the next best thing that you can be working on. So guys, I hope this little exercise makes sense and you see the value in it. I'm telling you, this is really, really important stuff here. And you really don't want to overlook this step because I see this time and time again, people going to market and they're like, I want to open up a second shop, a third shop, and they have all these ideas. And then all that causes is just so much anxiety because you're just continually spreading yourself too thin. Like arguably you don't even want to launch, like even if you're in print on demand, like I wouldn't suggest doing mugs and shirts and bags and blankets all at the same time, even though it's print on demand and you can just pick up another item. A shirt customer has a different needs, one fears and goals than a blanket, and it requires different optimization of the listing. Focus on one, get a proof of concept that you can make sales in exchange for something you made before moving on to the next thing. All right, guys, I hope you got some value out of this module. Now we are complete with module 1 and we're going into module 2.
Alrighty, and welcome to module 2 of the Etsy Success Blueprint. All right, so now we're moving into the art of creating irresistible Etsy listings. Part 1, the SEO secrets for skyrocketing sales. So we're going to go through a step-by-step guidance to make your listings impossible to ignore in the Etsy searches. So the first thing that we have to understand about listing optimization is a word called SEO. And SEO stands for search engine optimization. And like we said in module 1, right, the goal or what we're doing here is we're trying to get our listings to show up on the first page for the keywords that we're utilizing in our listing. And remember, the amount of potential we have to get a lot of sales with a listing is contingent on how many people are searching for that actual thing that we're selling. So something like a word like men's clothing might be heavily more searched than, say, another super specific keyword like, I think we gave the example of like mermaid phone case or something super specific, right? And so it's not that one, in some cases, some words or some keyword opportunities are better or worse, but it's just understanding what the opportunity is, right? And so the amount of sales we can get is contingent on the amount of people searching for that actual thing on Etsy specifically, right? And the goal is for your listing to show up frequently on the first page because let's face it, 90% of the sales happen on the first page. If you're not showing up on the first page consistently, then it's really, really hard to get sales. And the way we get our listing to show up is by doing really, really good search engine optimization, which is what this whole part is about. Now, just a side note here. On Etsy, you can't track your rank. So if you're somebody that is looking, typing in keywords that exist in your listing and you go and search that into your own Etsy search page, you're going to see your listings show up first. And a lot of times, with a lot of newbies, they'll be like, oh, well, my listing is always showing up on the first page. But just so you have an understanding, contingent on your IP address, your listings are showing up in different pages depending on where the person is on their computer. So if someone looks at Etsy, and types in, gold necklace in New York, that same listing might be showing up on page 3 in California, and it's constantly changing. So you can't actually check your true rank on Etsy. So it's not worth you to try to figure out what your actual rank is. Erank has tools where you can see your rank amongst all Etsy sellers, but to try to say, oh, I'm already on the first page, that's not true. And then also, even if you show up on the first page, someone in some location, like in Chicago or something, that doesn't mean that you stay there. But the way that the algorithm works is that you will get shown more likely on the first page, or you'll be closer to the front more frequently when you have good SEO. Okay, so what are all the factors that help you reach the first page? So SEO, a lot of times people just think about keywords, and keywords are definitely important, but we'll talk about all of them, but it's not just limited to keywords. So keywords are, especially though they are important, it's not that they're not important, it's just I weigh other things more important, which we'll talk about later, but keywords are the actual words that you're using in your listing, in your titles, in your tags, in your descriptions to describe your product. And the important attribute about keywords is keyword product fit. A keyword product fit basically means, does your product actually describe what you're selling? Are you using words that when the buyer is visualizing what they want in their mind and they're typing it in, are you actually using words that accurately describe your product? You don't want to use words that aren't actually a keyword product fit, or a word that someone would actually use to describe your product. Otherwise, you're going to show up for words that are not a keyword product fit, and the algorithm is not going to like that when you're not getting clicks, because it's not what the customer is visualizing in their mind. And the other one that we were talking about besides keyword product fit is also high search volume keyword opportunities. We'll talk more about that when we get more into keyword optimization later. But the direct thing that you're being judged on at this point is, does the words you're using accurately describe in detail what you're actually selling? The next one is your thumbnail image. So like I said, a lot of times people think of SEO in terms of keywords, but your SEO and what improves your SEO, right, which is you showing up more frequently on page 1 and 2, right, is more than just keywords. It's all the other other factors that attribute to having a quality listing, right? So your main thumbnail image, in my opinion, is a bigger determiner of you earning a click when you're competing for clicks in the search pages over keywords, right? And it's not that keywords aren't important, it's just what you will see on Etsy is listings or case study examples of listings that have really bad keyword optimization, and meaning they don't have fully optimized titles, tags, or descriptions, but they have a really good product with a really good main creative imagery, like main image. It has, a 20 add to carts badge and a bestseller badge. But what you won't find is a listing that has amazing keywords and SEO, but a really bad main image, and that listing performs really, really well, right? So if you had to, I would say it's almost like if you want to weigh one or the other, between these two things, 80% of your effort should be going into perfecting your imagery, especially your main image, because that is the one that the algorithm's really judging. And then 20%, or the last, 10% of you doing listing optimization, then we focus on keywords, because keywords are fundamentally a really easy thing to fix. Nailing your creative imagery and your marketing is historically a harder thing to fix. So a lot of people like to blame keywords, and they think that keywords are just messing with their keywords is the solution to, fixing their listings. Well, most times it's usually a design problem or an imagery problem. But again, we're going to talk more about that later. Another thing that you're being judged on is conversion rate, average order value. So, historically, are people spending more money on your listing or your competitor listing, right? If you're making more money, Etsy's making more money, right? Your customer experience. So do you have 5 stars versus, someone else that has 4 stars? And finally, Etsy ads. And we're going to go over more about that in module 3 and how that also contributes to your SEO. Your organic SEO and your SEO with your ad. Even earning the click for the ad, or being able to get your ad in front of people on the first page versus the third page, is a big thing. So we'll talk more about that later. And now we're going to go into all of these. But basically,
when you're optimizing for all of these things, that equals a fully optimized listing, which means that you're setting yourself up for the best potential outcome in terms of this, right? This is what we want to see for our listings. 47 people bought this in the last 24 hours, right? And when you do optimize for all of those things, even though individually they might seem small or just like, individually small factors, right? But when you do that, it compounds and it makes your listing super competitive. And it's ensuring that you're setting yourself up for the best case scenario, that to give your listing the best chance at something like this happening. I know the algorithm is judgy, but do not worry. We're going to go how to tackle each one of these one at a time. So first, let's just talk about a listing. Let's open Etsy and actually look at a listing. So inside of an Etsy listing, you have a lot of moments of truth to shine. So when you're creating a listing, you can give it a title. So that's where you would optimize for keywords. You have 10 image slots and a video slot. You have your descriptions. You have, if you are going to do personalization, you would add it in here. You can create your variation options with a SKU. This is how you would set up your variation options in here. You assign it to a category here. And so you would definitely want to make sure that your category is correct and a product fit. You have different attributes you can give it, whether it's the material, the color, the secondary color, all of these types of things. And of course, your tags and materials, and obviously your shipping. And all of these forms should be treated as the most important, because the more information you give Etsy, the better they can index you and help you in terms of SEO. And so the exercise that we're going to go through now in this module is we're going to show you how to optimize each one of these moments of truth to the top potential that is even available to you to optimize for, right? There's better and worse ways to write titles, tags, descriptions, right? And we're going to go over that right now. And again, individually, all these things seem small, but together, it's what makes you more competitive when you're when you're fully optimizing each form. And this is true for if you're selling anywhere, right? If they're giving you the opportunity to have an about me section, a video, right? They have that for a reason. So optimize it to your fullest. So let's start with keywords. All right, so now let's talk about first how we do our keywords in less than 5 minutes. And I like to talk about keywords first because keywords are historically the easiest thing to fix, especially when you're using tools like Erank. So let's hop over there and show you what we're gonna do. Inside of the Erank keyword tool, we're gonna do some quick keyword research. So for your given product, you will only have the opportunity to give that product so many different keywords, right? Like there's only so many different ways that you can describe the product that you're selling. And so what we're looking for is all the potential keyword opportunities that are even available to us to put in our listing. So if we're selling a 40-ounce tumbler, I would start with a broad word like tumbler just to see what words are going to come back, because eRank is going to suggest new words to us. So as you can see here, we search the word tumbler, and it's going to give us back all of the different types of words that Tumblr exists in that has high searches. So the average searches per month are the highest. And obviously we care about prioritizing the words that have the highest searches first. So you have Tumblr, tumblers, and I'm going to start starring and adding all the keywords to my list that, see, I have a list here called Tumblr that are going to end up existing in my listing somewhere. And now if we make this list, it will then only become a matter of prioritizing which ones are going to go in our title. But what the goal is that for all the keywords that are even available to us, those words are going to exist somewhere in the listing, so that we basically are getting indexed for all of the words that are even available to us, with prioritization of our favorite words that have the highest search volume. Now, what's really cool about eRank is that they show you competition as well. And it's not common, it's not all the time that your products are going to have high search, low competition. But if you do find those opportunities where you have a product that has high search and low competition, a keyword opportunity, and its keyword product fit, then we want to even more so prioritize those words in our titles, in our tags, and our descriptions. So I would go ahead and continue to build my list and just heart, like I said, every word that is a potential keyword product fit. So like I wouldn't use
tumbler wrap if I wasn't actually wrapping the tumblers, right? If the tumbler wasn't actually shaped for a wine tumbler, I probably wouldn't include that one. But if it's a tumbler cup, if it was a skinny tumbler, if it could be a Halloween tumbler because it's personalized, you could select that. But I wouldn't put holiday specific keywords in your listing if the holidays aren't around the corner. If it could be a, evergreen, bride, Christian, all of these, you have the opportunity to make a listing example of what that would look like, even though it's the same listing. If it was 40 ounce, right? All of these things, and you would just go ahead and make that list as long as possible. Now, once you have your keyword list compiled, you can come into the keyword list tool and look at all of the words that you have. So Erank has a really cool feature in here when you go into listing optimization, which is their AI listing helper. So you can see my past inquiries where it's basically telling you to write a short description. So if I copied some of my keywords from my list, this is my history, but you can grab it from your list, and I put it in here and I click submit, the AI helper will actually try to write your title and description. I didn't really write a proper title, but you can see here that they're writing your title and description for you, which arguably even shorter titles like this is what Etsy is saying. And I would just, for that specific listing of Tumblr. So even if every Tumblr I was personalized, I would still make different listings showcasing a mom Tumblr, even though that one's completely personalized, and they could turn it into a bridesmaid Tumblr. But for the sake of the keywords and the advertising of it, I would make a bunch of different listings, even though the actual product they're buying is the same, and they can just switch out the personalization. So anyway, I do like this idea of keeping it short and simple, but it's also something to split test, because I personally still try to utilize my 140 character limit when I write a title. This is actually shortening it. So they also do the descriptions as well, but again, I still like ChatGPT a little bit better when it comes to this. I just think this is a very new feature, and they have a lot of enhancements that they're doing. So I'll just show you real quick how I would use ChatGPT to do this my way. So in ChatGPT, I just uploaded a screenshot of that list, and you can actually upload multiple screenshots, obviously, since your list is going to be way longer than this. And I wrote, here's a list of keywords I want to use in my Etsy listing title. Write me a title under 140 characters. It should not repeat any of the words, and prioritize the top searched keywords at the beginning of the title. The title should not confuse people and should be easy to read. Use commas to separate long tail phrases, and then write, that's supposed to say, an entire Etsy description using all of the words in the list, right? And so this is why this should take less than 5 minutes, because once you find all the words that are available to you, the only thing you can do is figure out which ones are the most keyword product fit with the best search volume, put those in the title, and then all the other keywords are going to live somewhere else in your listing, your tags, and your description. So when it comes to your description, you want to use as many words that are keyword product fit in that description as possible, because as long as it exists in the listing, then you have the potential to get indexed for that word. So I had it do that. So it wrote a personalized Tumblr, it wrote me the title, and then it wrote me a description with every single word. And obviously in this example, we only have 12 words, but ideally, I mean, if I kept looking, I probably could find 50 good keyword product fit words to live in this listing. And, a lot of people like to get really upset, not upset, they get very overwhelmed with keyword research, but it really should not, this should be a very, the icing on the cake when it comes to your listing, because the harder thing to do on Etsy is figure out how to make designs that sell and images that sell, which we're going to get more into that when we get into it. So, I mean, as long as your title is your titles and your tags and descriptions are keyword product fit, and your title particularly is easy to read, then I would go ahead and just let AI do all of the work. Obviously one of the big words in here, a descriptor word, which I don't even think is in the list for the sake of this, but technically, like, the size of the cup, I would want to put it here. So 40-ounce personalized tumbler, right? And then the description has all of those keywords in there that are going to live in there. And I can't emphasize this enough that this is really not something that you should stress over. This really should be the easiest part of making your listing. So after keywords in your listing, what comes next? So as we showed, your thumbnail images. Now there's better and worse ways to optimize your thumbnail image, and your thumbnail image is probably your single most important factor of listing optimization outside the quality of your product. I would argue nowadays the algorithm knows what you're selling just based off the image alone, because like I said, you can find listings with zero keyword optimization but a really killer product and a great main image, and they'll have 20 add to carts and 10 bought today badges, but what you won't find is a poor imagery and a poor product that has really good SEO having that same experience. So let's just go over some of the do's and don'ts, and then we're going to go into more creative marketing here in module 2 part 2. So let's start with the don'ts. So what is the first one here? Do not showcase other products in your main image if you do not have the option to buy it. So this is just like a beginner's mistake where you are trying to stage a product, but you're showing things that you can't actually purchase in the listing. So an example of that is like this one here, where if I clicked on this listing, maybe I didn't, this is just an example, but pretend I clicked on this listing and my only thing that I could actually buy in the listing was this earring. But they're showing in the main image this earring and this earring, right? And why is this dangerous? It's dangerous because you could be earning the click because the customer's clicking on the pretense that they can get both, or they just want this one, but then actually that's all they can buy. So you have a millisecond to earn that click, which is the hardest part. So if you earn that click, that's great. But then if you lose the purchase or the potential of that purchase, that can hurt your conversion rate. So you don't want to do this. If uh, more than just doing this, you just don't need extra things in your main image, right? You could have this as a follow-up image, but for your main image specifically, the actual product you're selling should be the center focal point of the main image, right? There should be no confusion about what is for sale in that image. Number 2 is do not zoom out on your product because you're proud of the pretty image you took. So I know you know what you're selling because you made the product or you created the design for the product, and then maybe you're really proud of the image that you took, but you again have a millisecond to earn that click in comparison to your competition. So this is an example of a beautiful birthstone, ring, but I have no idea. I can't see that. To me, that just looks like a ring. I don't know what that design is because I can't see it. Arguably, even this one, right? You want to zoom in. And also, it's just there's no reason. Like I know that you might love this image because you took it yourself and you have your pretty model or whatever, but you just don't want to distract them. Like, oh, I don't like, the color of her hair or something. You don't want them thinking about that. You want them only focused on the unique value of your product and what you're selling. Number 3 is do not underestimate the power of imagery because you saw this, right? So you found a listing, you're like, wow, well, it has 2 people bought this in the last 24 hours. They have no optimization images here. They have 2 images. So now I see other people doing images like this. So now that's my standard to which I'm going to launch my images. So this, in my opinion, is not a standard. This is an opportunity. And I don't particularly like when people put their logo in the image, even if it's a little bit. I really don't like that. It really doesn't prohibit anything. Like it just distracts someone could be like looking at this and be like, oh, well, what does that say, right? And now they're thinking about what that says instead of what the product is. Watermarks, that's what they are. They're watermarks. I don't like that. I think it's just another thing that's distracting. If you have a top selling listing that takes off, people are eventually going to copy you, take your images, steal your designs. That is a part of e-commerce. You cannot avoid it. It's part of business, right? Once you start, crushing it, you're going to have competition and you're going to have shady competition that want to steal your stuff. That is not unique to just you. That's happened to me. I mean, we used to have people steal not only our images, but our actual products, mold our products like Chinese manufacturers, and then resell our products for a quarter of the price on Amazon. And we would have to go to battle with Amazon to prove that those were our images and our designs and take them down. So it's just a part of the game, but it shouldn't inhibit you
or set low standards, I would say, to your images. So why is this not a great image? For jewelry specifically, you always want to make sure the product is staged beautifully, so it's kind of crumbled up here. It's just not very competitive when you look at your competition of people selling similar chains. However, because it is working, that again is a huge opportunity for you to go and actually do it better and compete. Or even this, right? So even this is an example that I particularly don't think is a great image, right? Historically, even these follow-up images here that have no supporting infographics and stuff like that is not, it's just, there's a lot of room for improvement. But yeah, it says 20 carts here, but we'll show you, I'm going to get to more slides here to show you how we would compete with this to actually improve this. So what are some of the do's? So we do want to make our product take up 80% of the airspace. So arguably even this one here, right? Like this, they do have the little thing to zoom in on the front, but it still is way zoomed out, right? I would zoom in all the way here on this little infographic so they could actually read what it says on the front. Same thing here. I would come in here and zoom in a little bit more. This is an example of a good one where it's zoomed in. Like I don't need to see their head. I don't need to see their neck. I just want to see the unique selling point of this product. There should be zero confusion about what the unique selling point is of your listing, right? Without reading a thing, without having to read a single word because you only have a quarter of a second to earn the click, the customer needs to be able to understand what the unique value proposition is of this listing. And for this one, it's that this is a custom pet shirt. Okay, Cooper. Great. Well, surely not all dogs are called Cooper. So that probably means that I can personalize that shirt, right? You can put one and one together equals two. Same thing with this. I don't know. I can't read. If this was zoomed in a little bit more, I mean, it would be pretty point blank. And another thing that we're looking to do, another to do, is looking for pattern interrupt opportunities. So pattern interrupt is if everyone's, putting their portrait on these white airy backgrounds, then maybe I split test a main image with a dark background, right, to create pattern interrupt. And there's not always opportunity for pattern interrupt because, maybe everybody is kind of all over the place, but that's what we're looking for. And you can always split test, right? So you could take this this custom portrait and stage it in this environment, this environment on a different frame in a different environment 5 or 6 times to see which one, wins basically. And that is the beautiful thing with Etsy is that you can split test stuff like that and duplicate your listings. Number 3 is conversion rate. So conversion rate, by the way, is so the whole inbound funnel for your from seeing your listing to purchase looks something like this. They see the listing and there's an impression. They click on the listing in the search pages. That is your CTR rate, click-through rate, and then your click to your purchase now is your conversion rate, right? And so here's an example of what it looks like inside of an Etsy account, right? So by the way, guys, conversion rate is relative to your last best conversion rate. So you can't say my conversion rate's bad because I'm selling shirts and I have a 1% conversion rate because my friend down the road selling cups has a 3% conversion rate, right? You can't compare apples to oranges. You're always competing against your last best metric when it comes to conversion rate, click-through rates, because it's specific to your niche. So you can't look at 1% conversion rate and say that that's bad or good unless you can compare that to somebody who's actually attracting the same exact customer avatar to you. So when it comes to increasing your conversion rate, there's a couple of things that we have to do or things that we have to do in our listing in terms of listing optimization to optimize for the best conversion rate. And we're constantly trying to improve our listings to improve this conversion rate against ourselves, not anyone else, unless we know a competitor and we know their actual stats. So conversion rate is improved in a couple of different ways, right? So again, a conversion can happen after you've earned the click. So you've earned that click, someone saw your image, they liked your image, and they clicked on it. But you can just as easily lose that sale if you don't do the following things. So one is have cohesive branding. So if you have a beautiful main image and then your follow-up images are not branded very well or just using like the non-trendy fonts or poor mock-ups, and it's just kind of ugly in a way, that could kill the sale. Let me just show you an example of what that could look like. For example, here you have this image where individually this listing, it's all right. The necklaces are straight, but you can see kind of like some chip marks here. It just doesn't look as professional as the other one that I'm going to show you. So it is working though. You see 9 people bought this in the last 24 hours. The price is $21. But then when you analyze some of this follow-up images, right, like you just have this incohesive array of branding and marketing. So you go to this bright blue, and then you have, I don't know what that vibe, that's a whole different vibe. A completely different vibe from that. You do have instructions here. So we're just missing a lot of points on selling the product. And then also I would argue a little bit of confusion there, unless it gives you the option to put on a letter. I'm not really sure. So like that out the gates just confused me. Like if they have this image of letters, but then unless I'm just not seeing it, no way to actually purchase it out the gates, that would make me very, very confused. Versus say a listing like this that 16 people bought, and they're both relatively closely priced. Actually, this one is a cheaper price, but this one's actually performing better, and it has 16 people had bought in the last 24 hours. And the branding on this is just completely on point. So everything matches one singular color palette for the most part, and is just displayed a lot better. Another thing that's super important is that, well, even this listing doesn't have it, but arguably as I'm clicking through the different variation options here, the correlated image should sync to it, which this is an option when you are setting up your variation options, right? I shouldn't click on Figaro and then have to come in here and understand what a Figaro is, right? Even though you do have this image here and arguably this one here, it does say it, but you want to make it as easy as possible for the customer. So if I click on tiny paperclip, it either needs to bring me to this one so I can read paperclip chain, right? Or it needs to actually link me to the image that says tiny paperclip, right? So there is actually a little bit of confusion here as well, I would argue. But for the most part, the branding and the cohesiveness of this is doing a way better job, especially because they are showing the whole purchase experience here with their boxing and just more information about their discounts. They still could be nailing opportunity to do a little bit of more storytelling about the actual shop itself. And sometimes you can't fit all of that in there. Sometimes you would have to put it in a graphic, but they are doing a far better job than the first one that we just analyzed. But hopefully this makes sense. All right, guys, so that is the first part of understanding conversion rate. So it's the actual experience that you're having when you're once you've already earned that click. It's kind of like if you are going to design a house and you're an interior designer. What that interior designer is going to do is they are going to go to Home Depot or the paint store, and they're going to go out and pick out a color palette. And that color palette is going to set the tone for all the colors and the textures and the moods that's going to exist in that house. And so when you will enter that house, you're going to see accents and hints of that color palette. And that's kind of why when you go onto a really aesthetic Instagram page, you're like, I don't know what it is, but just this aesthetic is so pretty. And it's because they're keeping a consistency of colors and fonts and textures throughout their imagery and videography. And that's the same thing when you want to think about your mock-ups and your imagery. Every little moment of truth matters with your imagery, and you need to treat it like that. Even like we saw, even the table that you put on, like those little chips in there makes it look cheaper, right? I know it seems like little things, but again, compounding together, you're just not setting yourself up for the best case scenario. Other things that we already touched on, so zero confusion on how to buy. So we showed an example of kind of how we would enhance that listing, right? So linking the image to the variation option together so I don't have to try to search for it. No false marketing, so don't say that you're selling solid gold jewelry if you click on the listing and it's not solid gold jewelry, right? That's just going to end up leaving negative reviews. And then finally, 5-star reviews. And if you stay, we might even add in a very bonus module at the end of my personal strategy of how we exploded our reviews faster than all of our competition. But yeah, 5-star reviews are just something that you get over time and by giving a good product and good customer experience. One last thing that will just say on reviews, that in the beginning, when you're getting your first 100 reviews, it's really important that you have all 5-star reviews. So if someone does give you a negative review, which is bound to happen, it's just a part of the game. Eventually, someone's gonna get upset. But the rule of thumb, just to give you peace of mind, that I give myself is, out of every 100 sale customers, if I only upset 3 to 5, then that's pretty good. Ideally 0, but it's just, you can't make everyone happy in business, and that you don't want to get emotional and let it ruin your day. Because if you have a 95% happy rate, that you made 95 people out of 100 happy, that's really, really a good ratio in the grand scheme of things, right? So if you do get bad reviews, or if you get a bad review, just bite the bullet, respond right away, send them a message in Etsy, and try to salvage that review, because you need to have perfect 5-star reviews, in my opinion. Number 4 is average order value. So this is super easy to do, right? Always have a tier of upsells, right? So the cheapest option is always going to display on Etsy, and the pros outweigh the cons on this. So this goes both ways. If you're selling a high ticket item, then you would want to consider launching a lower ticket item to sell. So because when you sell high ticket, it's a high barrier of entry. It's a smaller data sample of people that are going to be willing to buy high price things. So you want to consider launching some cheaper tiered options, so you can get people in on the lower ticket thing, and then eventually, if they love that thing, then upsell them and give them confidence to purchase the more expensive thing. So if you're selling solid gold jewelry, consider doing a mix of solid gold and fast fashion jewelry, and vice versa. If you're selling just fast fashion jewelry, consider selling a higher tier or a higher quality of jewelry to upsell them in the other direction. And so you always want to have downsells and upsells. That's why when you go to any retail store in the mall, they will have things priced super low to things like price super high, right? To get you in on the cheaper thing, to upsell you, and upsell you, right? And so this is just a super beneficial thing to do on Etsy specifically, because again, the first thing they're going to see is the lowest priced item. That's what's going to get displayed in the search pages, right? And that's why on print on demand spaces, what you'll see a lot of the time is they'll put a loss leader, or just the least sold variation option as like a break even price for a shirt or a mug or something like that, knowing that that cheapest price is going to be what's displayed. And it's a little bit of a black hack trick, but it 100% works. Like in my space that is pretty high ticket, I have people that will have a listing listed for $15, and it will jump from $15 to $450, right? But because the algorithm is seeing that, in the main image, it's a bundled set of something. So they'll get 5 of something in the main image. When they click on that listing, wait a second, it's not that you get all 5 for $15. Actually, you're just getting a sample of something. But then in that drop down menu, you have the option, all the variation options to buy everything by themselves, or the full set option, which is what we do. And sometimes, and especially in print on demand, you can't have in one click a full set option to buy, but it is still good to have one cheaper option, and then all the different ways to buy, if that makes sense. So it just, whatever you show in the main image, I would say, it's no surprise that when you show multiple products in the main image, those historically work really well. But the point is when you get to inside the listing, they should have the option to buy everything by itself, and ideally a full set option, if it makes sense. For this listing, it doesn't really make sense because there's so many different chains here. But if it was just like a set of 3, I would 100% have an option here that says all 3. The next one is customer experience, is the next thing that the algorithm is judging you on. And so that's not just limited to reviews. It's also obviously reviews is one of them. Are you getting more 5-star reviews, 4-star reviews, but also the ratio of which people are actually leaving reviews. So if out of every 100 orders you get 10 to 15 reviews, but your competition only gets 1 to 2 reviews, right? That helps, right? Processing time, right? So if you have a 1-day processing time versus a 4-day processing time, then that's better. You're already beating your competition that has a 2-week processing time. Also, staying true to your processing time. So if you have
in your account you put a 3-day processing time, but it's taking you 5 days to buy the label and ship it, you're gonna get in trouble with Etsy. That's a surefire way for Etsy to suppress your shop. So you definitely, if you put your processing time for a certain time window, you need to make sure that you have purchased at least the shipping label in that window of time. And then also your response time in Etsy. So the faster you respond, the better. I think they favor people if you respond within 24 hours, which is not always the case for every single person, that not everyone can respond within 24 hours. So you have in your account, you have a message response rate, an on-time shipping and tracking rate, and you have your average review rating. So to get star seller, you have to have all three of these. So you need to reply to 80% of your first messages within 24 to 48 hours. The star seller target is 95% within the first 24 hours. So we are just barely getting that one. The shipping on time and the review rating is at 4.8. So that gives you star seller. I don't know if this personally affects how much Etsy promotes you, because there's some niches that it's almost impossible to get the star seller badge. And I just know that from experience and working with a lot of different students. But like I haven't seen that, oh, like one shop over the other particularly gets more traffic because of this. But arguably, this is what Etsy wants you to strive for. So again, if we're playing this game of Etsy, we should want to try to win by their rules, right? So this is just to show you what that actually looks like. And finally, to close out Module 2, Part 1, the last thing that the algorithm judges you on that helps your SEO is Etsy ads, which we're going to talk more about that in Module 3, but we're going into Module 2, Part 2 right now. But hopefully now you see what all the things really matter, all the things that actually really matter for you to optimize your Etsy listing. And once you do this 50 to 100 times over, this really just becomes second nature to you as you begin analyzing competition and setting up your listings. All right, guys, I hope you got some serious value out of this Module 2, Part 1. Let's go into Module 2, Part 2. Alrighty, guys, we are moving right along here. So welcome to Module 2, The Art of Creating Irresistible Etsy Listings, Part 2. So crafting visuals that actually sell. Learn how to create high converting images and videos that stop buyers in their tracks. And just a really cool reminder, in the link in the description, Erank is giving away 14-day free trials. This is not something that they give on their website. And if you upgrade to Pro or Expert, there's additional bonuses. So you get 2 months of automated Etsy profit tracking and ads optimization. And in Expert, you get 3 free months. So these two alone is a $60 value and a $90 value of profit tracking and ads optimization. So if you are interested, make sure you go to the link in the description. All right, so like we already mentioned, try to hit home before, the details matter, right? That's why people, when commercials were a huge thing, there would be a 50-person crew to make a 4-second commercial, just because every moment of truth, every color needs to match or look good together, and the lighting needs to be right. It's the same thing, and is becoming more imperative if you want to sell online. So an image like this is a whole different experience than an image like this, or even an image like this, right? Just these little lighting tweaks and photo styles make all of the difference. Now, doesn't mean that you have to go out and spend a lot of money on photography. It just means that you really have to practice and get the lighting and the staging of that product right? So like if you're competing for that click, I mean, I'm definitely going to pick 2 or 3 versus 1. Just, I think everyone could probably agree. Right? The smallest of lighting changes can make all of a difference. So also taking something like this and turning it into something like that, especially for your mock-ups and print on demand, or if you're trying to take your own images, right? Just taking your photo and enhancing the lighting just in the slightest makes all of the difference. POD mock-ups, I know this is a huge question that a lot of people ask, is where do you buy really good mock-ups? And when I've talked to the top print on demand sellers, most of them purchase them right from Etsy.
And there's a lot of really good mockups that you can buy just on the Etsy platform as well. So just to give you some ideas on what you could potentially be utilizing your image slots for. So if the first image, I put bundled image here because historically images that show more than one product and then have the option to buy more than one product in the listing sell a lot better. So I put a bundled image, but basically if you don't have if it's a product that you can't bundle, that's okay. Just your first thumbnail image is the most competitive image that you have or the one that you want to test, and it's taking up 80% of that airspace. Then your following images 2 through 8, right, should be showcasing either your variation options, right? If you have too many variation options, then you can do images like, edit the images together and try to show all of the different variation. I would not have a variation option exist in your drop-down menu if you don't have something visually there to show them. I would not do that. You're going to lose the sale and no one's going to buy it if they can't see it. So I put variations. If you don't have different variations for the listing, then at least different angles of the product so they can get the full experience. And in these 2 to 8, you have the opportunity here to put infographics with selling points. You can also play with infographics in the main image. It's just there's a better or worse way to do it. And the same way that we did competitor analysis, if you are going to add an infographic in the main image, try to validate, the type of infographics. Because again, if your branding is off and you're not used to working with typography and colors and stuff like that, you can actually scare people away with your infographics in the listing. So you definitely want to study the top sellers and study, what is their overall brand vibe, their colors. Right now everything is about comfort colors. And if you don't want to look on Etsy, go on Pinterest. Go on Pinterest. Pinterest is naturally going to show you what is trending. That is what Pinterest is. And you can actually go onto Pinterest and pull out different colors and fonts and let that set the foundation for your branding for your shop. And I'm telling you right now, this is one of the most difficult things for people to nail. So do not get hard on yourself if you've never done branding or marketing online before, because my first renditions of logos and colors, putting colors and fonts together, was wildly different 3 years ago than it is now. Image 9 is your packaging. If you do have packaging, you could showcase that. And then number 10 is storytelling. And obviously you don't need to follow this to a T, but if you're hitting on all of these points on some level for what you can, then that means you're setting yourself up for the best case scenario. And video, for your video slot, your video is not going to have sound. I would say the actual product that's in the listing if you can. If you can't, then I would just do a generic storytelling video. You waving to the camera, sitting at your computer designing, showing that you actually hand make the product, right? But something is better than nothing, right? And the storytelling, you can shoot this stuff on your iPhone, make it like an Instagram, a trendy Instagram video. And, something is better than nothing. So when it comes to testing, our process is very intense. We test everything. And on Etsy, you're allowed to test. You're allowed to duplicate listings and test. And I know some people are going to be like, well, Hannah, doesn't that mess up? Doesn't that confuse people when they go into your store? And no, not if you do it right. And for maybe the 0.01% that complain, the pros definitely outweigh the cons in terms of setting yourself up for the best case scenario. So our personal process is every single time we launch one new design, that doesn't yield just one listing. That new design, right, is we are going to push it to its max potential to see what it can actually do for us. And when you just make one new product or one new design and make one new listing, you're not giving that design the opportunity to be tested on all angles, to be optimized against itself. And so this is basically what we do. So every single time we design something, that is going to yield 3 different main images. It might be the product by itself, it might be the product duplicated, or it might be the product bundled with something else, right? So duplicated, more for less. So they see 2 for a slightly cheaper price, completely bundled with a different product, and by itself, right? So now we're able to test all of these different things. We actually do way more than what I just showed you. So we would do something like this, plus we would split test this whole thing in a different environment. So this is shot inside,
it would get shot somewhere else on a different couch with a different background to see which one catches the person's eye. So your limit of testing your listings is really limitless. The important thing is that you come up with a system of testing whatever logistically makes sense for you without burning yourself out or killing yourself, and sticking to that thing. So if you know that every single new print on demand design that you make, you're going to split test it on 3 different mockups, then that's your process. It's a one design equals 3 different mockups, right? If it's one design and then you're going to split test it on 3 different mockups, one like as the first round of testing, and then on the second round of testing you're going to do that same design but split test it with different color actual shirts. So like the mock-ups change and the shirt is white, and then the mock-ups change and then the shirt is, you know, beige, a comfort color or something like that. And that just ensures that you're giving the listing the best shot, and you can see which one ends up getting the highest clicks when you start running ads, which we are going to show you later on. So yeah, the moral of the story here is that A/B test everything. Test as much as you can because you have the ability to, and this helps you really figure out, you know, when you spread yourself out like that, you can figure out, okay, this is what's working, that's what's working. It just gives you that much more opportunity to figure out what's working and what's not working that much faster than just one-to-one. And you're also investing time and energy into making your product, so you might as well test everything. But guys, this is the end of module 2. We are now gonna go into module 3. All right, guys, we will see you there.
Alrighty, guys, we are getting into the final stretch here. We are in module 3, just a few more parts to go. So this part, it's all about scaling your shop to 6 figures and beyond. Plus, there is actually a bonus 6-figure Etsy ads case study included in these modules. So you are gonna want to stay till the end because this is where Etsy gets really fun.
What is the journey that we are going to now go on together? So the first part of this is we're going to be covering what the importance of Etsy ads are, why they truly are your lowest hanging fruit to increasing your bottom line, not just your top line. And then we're going to go into understanding Etsy ads on the high level, so getting the big picture of how Etsy ads work and what the goal should be for you as a business owner with your products and your ads. And then the third part of this is getting into the nitty-gritty of actually optimizing your ads, so going through a full strategy to actually increase your profit. So again, let's dive right into part 1, right? So Etsy ads should drive profit, not just revenue. After all, what's the benefit if they're not boosting your bottom line, right? So what is the point if you're not actually making more profit, right? So why are Etsy ads your lowest hanging fruit to increase sales after organic sales, right? So, you know, you're getting your organic sales, right? And, you know, you can post more listings, but why is it that Etsy ads are truly your lowest hanging fruit? Well, the reason is because Etsy ads are showing your ad to who? To the hottest traffic people on the internet. That is people that are going to Etsy.com with the intention of making a purchasing decision with their wallet open, ready to buy something. This is not like when people are mindlessly scrolling on social media or even Pinterest, right? They're not going there with the intention of making a purchasing decision, right? People are going to Etsy.com, Amazon.com, right? Wayfair, they're going to those websites knowing that they're going to spend money. And so when you compound that with your ads are now showing up for words that exist in your listing, right, that are describing your product, that makes them literally the hottest traffic on the internet, right? And so one thing that we have to understand is that every Etsy seller has a potential of profit to be made with the data sample of products that live in their store. So let me repeat that, right? Basically, you have a potential of profit to be made, right? With the current data sample as is, if you didn't change anything, there is only so much money that you can make with your current product line with the search volume that is available to you on the Etsy platform. The thing is without Etsy ads, you have not even hit the surface or even hit a ceiling of discovering what that profit potential is without Etsy ads on. So a store that
solely relies on organic traffic, and a store that has their Etsy ad budget maxed out to $1,000 a day is a completely different store in terms of revenue and profit. And we're going to see more of that in the case study, obviously. So let's just break it down real quick, right? So this is stats from my second company, and these are screenshots from Profit Tree, which we're going to share later on, which is the first and only real-time profit tracking solution for Etsy sellers. And what it does a lot of things, but one of the core functionalities is it shows you your profit after all of your product costs and all of your operating expenses. So after all your transaction fees, listing fees, processing fees, shipping costs, and obviously the huge chunk of blue here, which is your product costs, and it gives you your real-time profit. So in 2023, our profit was $107,000 after our $43,000 ad spend, our $28,000 shipping costs, right? All of the different fees associated, right? We made $107,000. But this is part of the case study here, right? But what happens, how would this $107,000 change if we didn't invest this $43,000 into Etsy ads? Well, I'm going to show you. So if we did not invest that $43,000, so it's about $2,100 here and about $40,700 here in spend. If we didn't invest this, we would have missed out on over $150,000 of additional revenue that we wouldn't have otherwise made, right? And so essentially, what is the profit difference? The profit difference would have been $107,000 versus $72,000. That is over $34,000 of profit we would have lost out on in 2023 if we did not spend that $43,000. So this is not revenue, this is profit that we would have lost. And remember, this is a minimum loss of profit that we can even account for, because there's other losses of profit that you can't even account for because we also were running ads in 2022. So when you run ads, there's something called an attribution window, where if someone clicks today but they purchase 3 months later, that revenue isn't attributed to this ad revenue here, right? I could have got a bunch of reviews in 2022 that gave me 5-star reviews from orders that came from ads, and then that helped convert a bunch of organic sales, right? So there's this whole snowball effect of how Etsy ads not so indirectly, affect your Etsy listings in the SEO of your listings when you're putting up and you're paying to play for your listings, right? And again, this is the minimum possible loss. That's the minimum. So this in reality is probably closer to $40,000 or even $50,000. And here's just a screenshot here of how we actually did that math. If you want to pause this here and go through the math, I feel like I lose people when I do the numbers, but essentially, without this 150,000 extra, about 150,000, our total revenue instead of 300 would have only been 145. Our profit margin would have went from 35% to 50% because we didn't spend the 43,000, right? So that would have been about $72,000 of profit versus the 107, right? So yeah, so clearly we know that Etsy ads contribute to more profit if done correctly, and obviously by the end of this you will understand what it looks like to do it correctly for your store. So and just a little recap here. Again, the only way you can hit your max profit potential on Etsy and actually hit that ceiling is by getting your Etsy ad budget maxed out to $1,000 a day. So I've never seen an ads account that allows you to spend more than $1,000 a day. And it doesn't mean that Etsy ads are going to spend that money, which again, we'll cover all of those details later on. But the goal is to get it to $1,000 a day, because then as a seller, you're actually hitting your full potential for your store. There's nothing really more you can do other than launch more things. So one argument that we sometimes get is, well, what about social media? What about Pinterest? What about Facebook ads and, social media? And the way that I use social media for Etsy specifically is in my retargeting. I would never recommend someone to run ads on a different platform to drive traffic to their Etsy shop, right? You're paying Etsy a 6.5% selling fee for Etsy to solve a problem for you. And that problem is called traffic, right? That's why you pay 6.5%. That's why when you have your own website, you don't have to pay that fee, because you own your own website, because you have to pay for the traffic to get there from somewhere. So if you're so good at making content on social media, like you're an influencer yourself, or you know influencers, right? You can send that traffic to Etsy, but really I would run it to my own website because I don't want to pay that 6.5% selling fee. And that's just a personal preference. So a lot of times they're like, this isn't, Etsy ads are not the only thing. It's not the only thing, but it's the lowest hanging fruit, and it's going to be cheaper to acquire customers through Etsy ads, again, because it's hotter traffic than people on social media. So it's just a lot easier to invest in the platform. And when you do this, you're ensuring that you're playing the game of Etsy in the way that Etsy wants you to play it, right? So when you put your hand up and say, I'm going to sell on a third-party platform like Etsy, you don't own Etsy.com. That means you have to abide by their sandbox rules, their game, right? And so we have to ask, what do they want us to win this game? What do they want us to do? So not only do they want us to have killer listings, high average order values, earn the majority of the clicks, right? High conversion rates, right? On some level, you have to say, well, who's the algorithm going to favor more? You know, Charlie that's willing to invest in his listings, or Sally that is solely relying on organic traffic, right? If you're trying to be in this for the long play, you have to think, what does the platform want, and not just think what I want. So it's like this game of strategizing, of understanding the bigger picture of the rules and playing the game in the way that benefits us to the max, but also is the game that the platform actually wants. And so this also helps you compete, right? So whether you know it or not, you're competing in those search pages, right? It's not like your website, right, where you're competing against yourself. They're going to your website, they're going to buy something on your website, right? They don't directly in front of their face have a competitor on the screen when someone's on your website, right? But on Etsy, you're competing, right? And so when you do this and you're willing to outbid your competition, you're telling the platform that you're willing to compete against everyone else. And it sets you up in the long play. And so if you and a direct competitor attracting the same customer avatar launch at the same time, right, in theory, who do you think is going to win the race? The problem is the people that only rely on organic traffic, they don't even realize how slow they're going because they've never tapped into the potential of Etsy ads. And maybe they actually make really good organic sales, so they don't even care about this guy. But there's always comes a day when the times get tough, and then they're reactionary trying to figure out how to compete when, you know, they have all these other people that are already so far ahead of them in terms of reviews, sales, SEO, which ads are going to add to that snowball effect. And like I said, of course, you'll find case study examples of how you can make sales without Etsy ads. And those arguments are valid, but they're missing the bigger picture of what it's doing to your store as a collective, right? So like as a gym coach, you know, I could tell people, you know, you just need to go to the gym and you need to do 4 reps each time to achieve XYZ outcome. When in reality, I know you need to do 20 reps to achieve, you know, the full picture here, right? So, you know, it would be just a disservice to you to say, hey, just do your 4 reps if I know this exists. And that doesn't mean you have to do the 20 reps. It's just so that you understand what is out there, right? So, you know, if you're not achieving these goals, you understand why, because you didn't do the 20 reps, basically. Just in summation here, again, the best dollar spent, the best hour spent is playing the game of Etsy of how they want to play it by putting your next hour and your next dollar into the actual platform. So not trying to start a social media engine, not trying to do you know, meta ads, all that stuff. I mean, again, those things are options. It's just not your lowest hanging fruit. Your next best hour spent, your next best dollar spent is investing in the platform that is supposed to be solving the traffic problem for you. All right, so now let's get into part 2 of this.
Alrighty, now we're getting into the part 2 of this 3-part Etsy ads series. So let's get into it. So what is the high level goal of your Etsy ads for the most optimized Etsy ads account? What is the goal, right? So I have an analogy here of a waterfall, as you can see, and these boxes here represent our listings, right? And so the goal in a healthy Etsy shop is that you have a consistent inflow of innovation and new listings and products being launched on a consistent basis, right? It's not about killing yourself. It's about choosing a consistent inflow schedule that is realistic for you and sticking with it. It's about long period. It's about small hedges over long periods of time, not killing yourself, right? And in that, it's kind of like I treat my Etsy listings like a filtration system, right? Out of all those listings that you post, right, one of the safest plays is to let some listings take off organically first, right? We're going to talk about more options about when to spend, what to spend on, how much to spend in the next module. But again, this is just the high level goal, right? And, if you decide to take the safe play and only turn ads on for listings that organically start making sales first, what happens is what your goal is that you're giving it to, when you turn it on, you're essentially giving it to the ads algorithm. Same thing when you activate or publish a listing for the first time. And what's going to happen is out of all of your listings, the algorithm is going to decide which ones they like and give that listing more exposure with ads, right? So out of every 100 listings that you post, right, there's only going to be a percentage that actually spend your money. And out of that percentage, there's another percentage that actually only makes sense, with ads on, right? I'll explain that in a second, right? And so what you're doing is you're feeding it into the filtration system, and sometimes you're throwing it at it, and sometimes it's landing over here, sometimes it's landing over here. But what you're trying to do is get it into the actual algorithm, hitting nicely, and it comes into your pool. And so then your goal is to continue this inflow to make your pool go from just a few listings that are crushing with ads to many listings that make sense with ads. And as we continue to feed the algorithm, right, we're going to pull the ones in that make sense with ads on, and we're going to turn off the ones that don't. And as we do this consistent engine over time, right, we want our pool to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And when we do this with our Etsy ads budget maxed out to the max budget allowance, you're ensuring that your business is building a moat, a layer of protection, of strength around itself to make it stronger and stronger as you find more listings that make sense with ads on. So core fundamentals of Etsy ads, and something that we have to understand and why this is important, is how you're actually paying for these ads, right? Etsy ads are charged in a way called PPC. Different media buying platforms have different ways of billing. Etsy specifically is called pay per click. And when you pay per click, it's the most fair game out there, right? So sometimes people will be like, oh, Etsy ads waste your money, blah, blah, blah. But even for the small percentile of error that Etsy may have, you have to remember that you had to earn that click. It's not like Facebook ads or Google ads where you set your budget, it's going to spend your whole budget, whether it's going to quality people or not. Etsy ads, you had to earn the click in comparison to your competition. And you had to show up for keywords that live in your listing, right? So it's the most fair game out there. And it's also, again, the hottest traffic. There's also for offsite ads, right? So you have on-site ads and off-site ads. On-site ads are the ones that show up in Etsy. Off-site ads are the ones that you can opt out of if you've done less than 10,000 a year, which I don't think you should do that. I think everyone should opt into off-site ads. And why is that? Is because you pay per sale. So you're either paying per click or you're paying when you actually get a sale. And in the media buying world, that's crazy. You never will find a media buying platform that will only bill you if you get a sale, right? Because they're still getting billed with wherever they're running the ads, but they're only billing you when you actually get a sale. So that's like the safest money spent, right? There's no waste of money. And then if you refund one of these orders where it was pay per sale, they actually give you a credit for the ads credit, which is just, it's not a thing anywhere else. And this final amount, this percentage here, right, on offsite ads, you're either paying 12% or 15%. If it's on-site ads, right, you determine your ad cost percentage once you go to market. This percentage that you're paying that's going out of your sale price into your ads to acquire a customer is called a cost per acquisition. And so when people complain about this cost, it's because they never have tried to run ads themselves somewhere else, because you're not going to pay 12 or 15% when you first launch a Shopify store or a TikTok shop, right? You're going to spend a lot more money than 12 or 15%. Unless, of course, you're just like the 1% of the 1% that just happens to have a viral product or something like that. But for the most of cases, that's not the case for most sellers. And so the only cheaper traffic I've personally seen e-commerce, and I've been in this game for now like 7 years, yeah. And the only cheaper traffic that you can get is obviously from retargeting past customers, from organic, or from organic viral content, right? So if you want to solely rely on organic traffic, that's one option. If you want to do
viral content, right? Again, I don't recommend it. If you're going to do, if you go the influencer route and try to make viral content, then I would drive that traffic not to an Etsy store. And then of course, retargeting is also a cheaper form of traffic. But other than that, the next, again, the lowest hanging fruit is obviously Etsy ads. Now remember, not all your listings make sense in terms of profit, and profit is the one that ultimately matters. So this is just a point I'm making here when we look at this pool. So when we're throwing things into the algorithm, right, again, the safer play is to only turn ads on for ones that organically have made sales first. But just because something makes good organic sales, it doesn't mean that it's going to make it into this pool where it makes sense financially to keep it on. And again, we're going to explain more about that, what that actually means in the next video, in the next one. So the only thing that matters with ads, the only thing that matters is, like in that case study before, is are you making more money than you otherwise wouldn't have with the ads off? That's truly the only thing that matters. Are you clearing the profit that you want to clear after your ad spend? All right. And so in Profitry, right, here's a screenshot from Profitry again, right? And if you don't want to use Profitry, you can make these calculations yourself, right? You have a pie chart on your dashboard in Profitry, and it calculates something called your ad cost percentage, right? This is the percent of dollars spent against the total sales here. So this is your total sales after discounts and refunds, including your shipping collected. Included shipping collected after discounts and refunds, right? And so this percentage here, the $700, this 14%, represents how much money of the pie went to the ad cost, right? And again, when we did that case study, we saw that at a 14% marketing cost percentage, right, in that case study, we still cleared 30. We would have lost a minimum of over $34,000 of profit. So that means then, if we can optimize this 14% and try to get it to 10% or 8%, right? That's how you're optimizing your ads, and you're decreasing your expenses, and you're increasing your profit margin percentage, right? And this is how I want people to think in terms of their business, right? You're thinking of your business as this pie chart, and all of these expense pieces of the pie, right? We want to optimize each one of those expenses to the max ability, so that we can increase the profit margin percentage. And one thing that I think people don't realize, and why I like to talk about how Etsy bills you, is that historically, if I'm running, say my budget on Etsy was only set to $10 a day, but it was set to $10 a day for the last 6 months, right? And my ad cost percentage at $10 a day was 14%. Tomorrow, if I increase my ad budget, so if I go into my Etsy ads account and put my Etsy ads budget from $10 to $100, in theory, that doesn't mean that my ad cost percentage is all of a sudden going to go from 14% to 30%, because what you have to remember is, again, the way that Etsy is billing you is something called pay per click. And pay per click means that you had to earn that click. So the data sample and the quality of people that are clicking on your listings at $10 a day versus $100 versus $1,000 a day is the same quality of data, the same data sample of people at $10 a day versus $1,000 a day, right? So in theory, if you're somebody that has even had their budget set to, $10 a day for the last 3 months, and you've locked in enough data to lock in your ad cost percentage here, right? Tomorrow, if you put that to 100, it should proportionally scale your top line. So if right now you're clearing a healthy profit with your locked in ad cost percentage, and your budget's not maxed out, and if you don't change a single thing in terms of launching a bunch of new listings tomorrow, essentially this ad cost percentage should stay the same, and you should just 5x your revenue if you're just the only variable is you're just increasing your budget, right? Because the only thing that matters is obviously profit, right? And so again, we proved that for this particular shop at 14%, right, we're making more profit, right? So if my budget was only at $500 a day, that should give me a lot of confidence to put it to $1,000 a day. And Etsy ads is not going to spend your whole budget. When you put it to 1,000, right? People are like, oh my God, I'm going to spend $1,000. No, you're not going to spend $1,000 for most cases, depending on your niche. I mean, mine will only spend $150 to $200, right? But when you put it to the max, what that's telling Etsy is that you're willing to outbid your competition, right? So you're willing to spend more than your competition, and that's why you see it scale proportionally, right? So again, just again to reiterate, if I was somebody that had a low ad budget for like 3 months of like $20 a day, right? And I just put that to 100, again, that doesn't mean that the ad cost percentage is going to increase, because it's the same quality, it's the same data sample of people seeing and clicking on my ad at $20 a day versus $200 a day, right? You've pretty much locked in a conversion rate. Your conversion rate is not all of a sudden going to change or go down because you're investing more money in ads. Sometimes when you drastically increase your budget really fast, it shakes it up a little bit, but it does work itself out again, right? And again, you need to analyze, percentages like this, not in a week by week thing, right? If you look at it in a small data sample of time, it's always going to look bad. You have to look at the big picture, month over month metrics to holistically see how your shop is performing. So this is an example of a profit tree dashboard, right? And again, we want to get that 14% down so we can increase this 31%. Increase profit, decrease expenses. So when it comes to ads, it's really simple, right? We're going to make it really simple in the next module you're going to see, right? It's the only thing that matters when it comes to optimizing your ads is one thing. Am I making more profit? Am I clearing the profit that I want after my ad spend? And as long as your ads are doing that for you, then you should have the green light to increase your budget, right? If you're not making more profit, then there would be no point of investing in Etsy ads. But every case study, every business I've only had 2 Etsy shops, but totally different niches, and it was the same thing applied. But I've also analyzed hundreds of Etsy shops at this point from consulting, and it's almost always, if someone is not seeing the results, it's always user error. I mean, at least I haven't seen it where it wasn't user error, okay, in my data sample of people I've worked with. So if you're doing it correctly, then you should increase more profit. And your goal, and we're going to talk about low margin spaces, low ticket spaces, and all the limiting beliefs in the next module as well. But the goal is to build a product line that makes sense with Etsy ads. So if you're somebody that sells 50-cent products and 2 clicks eats up your whole sale price, right? You want to consider product opportunities where it makes sense after ad spend, because those product opportunities, again, are what make your holistic shop have a moat around it and make it more competitive for the long play, right? And so there's ways to do that, again, that we'll talk about later. Now that we've got the high level understanding, come with me on the next journey of this, and let's talk about an in-depth ads strategy now that we have laid the foundation. All right, guys, I'll see you in the next module. We're getting on the final stretch here. By the end of this module, you're gonna hopefully have every commonly asked question or concern about Etsy ads covered, and a full strategy to walk away with and feeling confident that you're gonna be able to increase your profit in your store by investing in Etsy ads. So again, remember, the goal of ads is to bring this percentage down, which boosts the operating profit. So the more the more you can get this ad cost percentage lower and lower month over month. And again, this is a month over month thing. This is not, you're going to achieve this in a few days, right? You want to look at big data sample times. The more we can get this down, the more we're going to increase the green operating profit here. So how are we going to do this? Well, we're not going to do this by looking at this, right? So inside of your Etsy ads account, you have a spend column and you have a revenue column. And what most people do is they come in here and they look at spend and they look at revenue. And we're going to discuss why this is not correct if you're trying to achieve this over here. So if you're trying to get this down, looking at this percentage is not necessarily going to get this down, because this is not one to one, right? Looking at your spend to this revenue is not the same as like this. Just to put it this way, right? Your spend here against your revenue, and the way that the revenue is being calculated here is not the same way that this is being calculated. But if we can collectively agree that the only thing that matters is getting this down, right, then we need to figure out what is the correct thing to analyze. So first of all, let's just go a little deeper here. Why is this not correct, right? So it's not correct here. So if we're on the marketing tab, right, you can see the revenue for the last 30 days was $300 and the spend was $233. But how is revenue being calculated here versus how revenue is being calculated here? So the revenue that you see here, this total net sales, again, is your top line sales. It's your total amount of sales after refunds and discounts, right? And so that is like your total money you collected, including shipping, right? The shipping that the customer paid you, right? And then it's being deducted in the shipping costs here. Compare this to the revenue that you see here. This revenue on your marketing tab is only revenue that made from two different types of clicks. Either they clicked on the listing on your ad, they clicked on your ad and they purchased off the ad, or they clicked on the ad and they purchased something else, and that revenue is being included here, right? It's not including organic revenue. So let me just repeat that. On your marketing tab, you have an orders that came from this ad. If you click this down, you can see all the different sales that were made off of the ad, but they bought something else. And so that revenue is included here, which is good. The downfall of this revenue is it doesn't include your organic sales, right? So you can't compare this ratio, or you can't compare spend to revenue here and treat it the same way as you see it here, because this revenue is including all revenue, but on the store level. So what we need is to make that same ratio exist on the listing level, which I'm going to show you how we're going to do that here in a second. So again, why isn't this good enough? Why isn't looking at that good enough? It's not good enough because it's not giving you a holistic picture of the quality of the clicks, because it's limiting it to just the people that clicked on the ad and purchased on the ad, or clicked on the ad and then went into your shop and they bought different things, which contributes a lot of different revenue. So another thing, just to throw it in there, right? Another reason why this is hazardous is because sometimes you look at this ratio, or you look at your return on ad spend here, and you say it's bad, right? And you mistakenly turn something off that actually makes sense financially to keep on, right? And so again, just by looking at this limiting revenue column here, right, it can look like, oh, it's not performing really well. But then if you analyze it in the same way that we analyze the dashboard or the ad cost percentage, that it actually makes sense. And this is going to make more sense in 1 minute. So it's not a one-to-one ratio if we're trying to achieve more profit, right? It doesn't make sense. So what do we need? So what metric actually matters then? So this metric is not something that Etsy gives you, but it's a metric in the media buying world called tacos. And we didn't invent tacos. Tacos is a marketing term that actually exists in Amazon accounts, except Etsy just doesn't give it to you. And tacos is the total advertising cost of sale. So tacos is calculating that ad cost percentage in the same way that it's being calculated here on your profit tree pie chart here, right? So now you can compare the listing to the actual goal ad cost percentage you want, right? So if we know that we're profitable, we're making more profit at a 14% ad cost percentage, right? And it can only get better if we're optimizing it to get it down, right? Then that means that when we're in profit tree and we're analyzing our listings in this advertisement tab, all we need to do is we need to turn off listings that are not hitting our target tacos, right? So this is actually a fake page here that we just made, because this is not an actual live feature. It's going to be live in Profit Tree at the end of the month, but we're sharing it now with people just to get the word out, because we really think that this is really the key to all of the confusion with Etsy ads. People get caught up in just things that don't matter, right? Or they're just looking at the wrong thing, and it's no one's fault. It's just that Etsy doesn't give you any metric that actually matters. So tacos is that metric, and it's no surprise that top Amazon sellers also look at tacos, right? Ultimately, tacos is the only thing that matters. We want to eat some tacos, right? So if our tacos needs to be less than 14%, then all we do is we come in here and we turn off listings that aren't hitting our target tacos. And this tacos, and why this is different, is because it's comparing your ad spend divided by your total sales. And your total sales here is that total amount of revenue that came off of those clicks. So it's including the organic sales, it's including the sales from the ads, and it's including the sales from the ads where they clicked on your ad and they purchased something else. And that we want to include all of those revenue streams because that revenue otherwise would not have happened if that initial click didn't happen either through the ad or organically. And so that is why when you look at it this way, it becomes very black and white. And you decide what is a profitable tacos for you, right? Right? My tacos in this case study was 14%, but every business is different. Every business has a different breakdown of numbers and profit, right? So if you are in the print on demand space, and a print on demand space is generally a low margin space, right? The rule of thumb normally for print on demand is that you want to keep your tacos less than, say, 10%, right? And you want to be really strict and you want to ensure that every dollar that you're spending on your listings is only going to listings that are yielding you the lowest ad cost percentage or tacos, right? And then what's also very common in low ticket spaces like digital downloads is that a lot of times for people selling like, a couple dollar digital downloads, what they'll do is they come in here and they think that ads don't work for them because their ROAS always looks bad, right? But then when you actually compare it to tacos, right, it actually makes sense. And it actually really makes sense because digital downloads have a way bigger profit margin percentage because there's no product cost in digital downloads. And so the biggest objection we get a lot is, well, I'm a digital download seller. I can't afford to run ads because my sale price is so low. And there's two things that I have to say to you. One, we should always focus on product opportunities that make sense after an ad cost. So we would want to, it's okay to launch low ticket goods, but we want to focus on new product opportunities that are higher ticket so we have more comfort for our sale prices. But even still, even with your low ticket products, I would argue that you actually have some that even though the ROAS look bad, right, or this ratio looks really bad, like this one, right, or this one, right, when you look at tacos and you look at top line, right, your actual spend against total sales, it actually makes sense. And you don't want to kill a listing or turn off a listing that makes sense financially after tacos or after your ad spend, right? Because all those clicks, all those add to carts, all those reviews that you're getting, right? That's contributing to the snowball effect of your organic SEO and traffic as well. And for people that argue that, you can actually prove this to yourself in your account, which that's another video that we'll talk about it for another time. But the moral of the story is remember that $34,000 that we would have lost, which I had a slide here, but that $34,000 that we would have lost remember, it was a minimum loss of profit, right? Because we were also running ads in 2022. So there's a whole bunch of money that we wouldn't have made because in 2022, we had built so much more momentum, gotten more reviews, got more organic indexing from running ads. So if we didn't run ads in 2023, if you go back to that case study, if you haven't seen that case study in the beginning of this series, it's really important to see that because that was a minimum loss of profit, not revenue. And there's unattributed profit that wouldn't have otherwise been made because we were running ads in 2022. I think I said that right. It's the minimum loss of profit because there's other profit that we can't even attribute that would have been lost if we didn't also run ads in 2022, right? You could get a review today that was a perfect 5-star review, and now that review is the ticker that's converting, people making purchases from organic clicks, right? There's so many benefits to ads and really scaling it to the max. So anyway, not going off too much on the tangent, I think you get the point, but the moral of the story here is hopefully now ads become very black and white, right? You determine what's good or bad, right? Based off of this pie chart, right? If you are someone that needs this ad cost percentage less than 10%, right? Then that means that you just turn off any ads that don't hit 10% or less tacos. And again, this is determined by you and the makeup for your business. All right, so now let's go over some of the top questions. So how much should I spend when I launch a listing for the first time before turning it off, right? So when you turn on a listing for the first time, how much should you spend? Some people get caught up in like views and clicks and stuff like that, but remember, the only thing we care about is what listings are spending my money or not. And so what I first do when I go into my Etsy ads account, I sort it by spend, or in Profitry, sort it by spend, and look at the listings that are spending the most, right? I almost don't even care about time as much as just spend. And I have to ask myself, has it spent my threshold of uncomfortability? So I personally like to invest at least my sale price. And our average order value is about $100. But for you, if you're selling lower ticket, right, maybe that's only $20 and you want your answer in $20, right? And you determine what that number is that has collected enough data. And you don't really discover your threshold number until you start watching your listings perform and seeing how fast or how slow your personal listings start taking off, right? So I personally like to invest at least the sale price. If you're a brand new shop with no reviews, I would probably even invest, double the sale price. I would say for sure you should have your answer within $50, no matter. Nah, I can't even say that because some people sell really, really high ticket goods, but for the most part, if your sale price is in between $0 and $100, if you've spent $50 at least, that usually has gained enough spend to make a decision based off of tacos. Now, what should I set my daily budget to? Something is better than nothing, right? So there's pros and cons to both. Just like there's pros and cons to investing more or less in a singular listing, right? It's just understanding the pros and cons and choosing the best one for you. So if you go low budget, you're going to collect data slower and it's going to spend slower and it's going to take more time to collect the data you need. If you put your budget higher, it's going to spend faster and then you can optimize faster, but then you're also at the risk of spending faster. So if money is uncomfortable, right, then it's okay. Something is better than nothing. It's just knowing the bigger picture is that you're trying to go up. You're not trying to go to an ad budget of $50 and then put it back down to 20 and then put it back down to 10 and then up to 30, right? Doing that is very bad, right? You're not really doing any service to yourself by going up and down. The goal is to once you start putting on an ad budget, the goal is to continue to get to your max budget of $1,000 a day, right? We don't want to go up and then down and then up and then down. We just want to continue to go up. So if it's uncomfortable, spend slow, even if it's only $5 a day, right? And again, most likely the budget is not going to spend your entire budget. When is someone ready for ads? So again, there's no wrong answer with this one as well. It's just what you're comfortable with. I personally turned lists at 50. When I first started, I put $15 a day on all my listings and I went fast, right? But for some people, that's really scary and uncomfortable. So you can only, the safest play you can do is put on ads for listings that take off organically first. If something's already selling organically, that is a good indicator that it might work well with ads, but it doesn't mean that financially it's going to work well with ads. So for us in our home decor brand, we started selling circle wall art and the budget would spend like crazy, but financially it wasn't clearing our target profit. So we had to turn it off. And that's okay. That's what happens. And again, it's not to get emotional or upset. It's all right, turn off the listing that's wasting money and let that budget go to listings that are making you money and keep that filtration process happening. Does CTR matter? Do views matter? So inside of your Etsy account, you have CTR and you have views. I personally only like to look at CTR to see what the algorithm's favoring because those are the images that are earning the clicks, right? If they have high CTR compared to your other listings, right? So I like to analyze those images and see what I did in those images because they're earning a lot of clicks. So how can I recreate those images? And in terms of views, I just like to see that I've gotten enough views with my amount of spend to make a decision. So I like to have, a couple thousand views in conjunction with my spend amount. But views it's really not the deal breaker. At the end of the day, I really care more about spend when it comes to determining whether if I'm turning things on or off. What if a listing that has been spending good, but the tacos are increasing, but tacos is increasing? So a lot of times I put the word attachment there, we get really attached to our products, especially if it was a product that historically was selling really well. And then if we see, actually I can show you this inside of, so here's a test account inside of Profitry. So there is listing reports here. And what happens sometimes is we can come to, let's just go to like year to date, right? If we analyze some of our bestsellers here, you can see that some of these bestsellers year to date are on a downward trend, right? So they were historically, they still sell pretty good, but they're downward trending compared to the previous year, so the previous time period. So I specifically, when I'm analyzing tacos, I specifically want to look at my listings that are my older listings that are going downward trending, because that means that it might be becoming more expensive to convert customers via ads. And so we don't want to get attached to listings that are going like basically on their way out. And it's normal for listings to have lifespans, right? Listings have, they don't last forever. Things that were bestsellers last year might not be a bestseller next year. And the worst thing we can do is try to attach it to it and keep the ad on when it's not hitting our target tacos. Because again, even though it used to sell historically, that doesn't, if it's something's dying, there's only a few ways to revive it, which I have a lot of videos on YouTube about how to revive potentially dying listings. But the worst thing we can do is just be attached to it and keep the ads on, even if the tacos are not hitting our threshold. It's better to replace that product with a new best-selling product and keep that filtration system going and turn the ad off for that listing and move on to finding new bestsellers. And just to show you some holistic shop health data here in this shot here, right? Like a healthy shop, historically their return on ad spend is increasing, right? And their profit margins is increasing, their average order value is increasing, right? So Profitry is giving some great biomarkers just on the dashboard that show you holistic health of your shop, right? And it sees, okay, where you need to optimize, right? If your ROAS, even though ROAS isn't the KPI for turning things on and off, right? If your ROAS are going up, that means that you're probably improving your listings and it's becoming easier to convert people by your ads. And again, this is just the dashboards, the same screenshots that you've seen in the other slides. Alrighty, now let's get into the next question. I increased my budget and it stopped spending. So sometimes, I've personally never seen it, but when I was talking with another mentor, Dave from Add to Cart, sometimes people see if they, drastically increase their ad budget from $10 to $1,000 tomorrow in one day, it can freak out the algorithm a little bit and it kind of stops it from spending. So sometimes if that happened to you, you can try putting it back down and then, hedging it up in smaller amounts, like $25 a day or something like that. It never really happened to me, but even if that is happening to you, right, normally if you give it a few weeks, it comes back. And then the last one is not all my listings spend, right? This is, again, I think we touched on this. This is a normal occurrence, right? Out of 100 listings, there's only going to be, a percentage of ones that the algorithm likes. Out of that percentage, right, there is going to be another percentage that actually makes sense with ads on, and that's okay. If listings are not spending, I usually don't turn them off. Like unless it's like really, it's been like 6 months or something, I'll turn it off. But if they're like trying to spend, I'll just leave it on because sometimes, it does randomly pick up after a few months. It just took like 90 days or something like that. And that's another important thing to remember is that this is not something that you can make big decisions for, like whether or not ads are working or not in a few weeks. You need to look at month over month data samples of time to get those ad cost percentages, to get your tacos percentages, so far and so forth. Okay, some other common myths. Ads are the savior to my low traffic problem. So no. So if you cannot make sales organically, ads won't solve anything for you. So if you launch your Etsy shop and it's been a couple of months and you have made hardly any sales, putting ad money behind listings that are already not performing organically is a surefire way to waste money. It's not the savior to your problem, right? And that's why it's important, if money is uncomfortable, to maybe not invest in Etsy ads in the beginning and prove that you can make sales organically first. I make more money with ads off. This is a limiting belief. No, you make more money with ads off with your existing product selection. So normally when people say this, they don't even know what they're saying because they're not even calculating it. They're just seeing the spend and the revenue. They're not actually doing a calculation behind that comment. But now with tacos, it's very black and white. You can actually see, or just based off my case study, you can run the case study for yourself. But again, the goal is to focus on product opportunities where ads do make sense. And not all of the product opportunities that you try are going to make sense, but that is that goal. So it's likely that it's your current product selection. Etsy ads waste my money. Technically, it should not be possible since it's PPC, and for the small percentage of hiccups that the ads have, the pros definitely outweigh the cons. So sometimes, people get caught up in the keywords and they're like, I keep showing for these keywords and I'm turning them off, and it doesn't do anything because Etsy ads says that it doesn't do anything. Basically, in your ads account, you have a keyword section and you can turn off negative keywords, and you have the option to turn them off, but Etsy says it's just a test. And people get really mad because they have no control over it. And I understand it's definitely frustrating, but the pros still outweigh the cons. And I still haven't seen a data sample of where that's not true, or a niche of where that's not true. So it's up to, but again, it's your business, so you can run the numbers for yourself. So what makes your ads cheaper? What makes your ads cheaper is building really competitive products, right? And having a really strong value proposition. Your value proposition, and where the bulk of your time and energy should go into before ads, is mastering your product, your quality of your product, your images, your video, your storytelling, your branding, your variation options, your pricing strategy, all of those things. And individually, these things sound like small things, but collectively, it's what builds a very strong value proposition of your store. And obviously on YouTube, I have thousands and thousands of hours showing case studies and examples of how to build this. And of course, I just put here the safe play. If you don't feel confident in your value proposition, it's just to only put ads behind listings that organically perform first. But if you're someone that you feel like you're struggling, not only with your Etsy ads, but any part of your Etsy business, and maybe even seeking a community, because let's face it, most of us are sitting at home masterminding and building our empires by ourselves. I wanted to offer to you our all-in Etsy master community. This is a paid community where we do bi-weekly coaching. We have different forums where you can discuss. We're now trying to do a live meetup this year. I think some of the biggest growth I've ever made as an entrepreneur was being around other entrepreneurs, to be honest. And so if you don't have a bunch of friends in the space, or you're not talking to people, or trying to improve based off of how you see others improving, it's very beneficial to be in some sort of community, just like going to the gym. So we would love to have you. It's really our goal to make this the most meaningful community of serious sellers by next year. But overall, guys, I have you're gonna have your free month of Profit Tree. We'll link below the community if you're interested in joining our family. And I hope you got some serious value out of this. Congrats, everybody. You have made it to bonus module 1. So you have completed the main bulk of the course. We've gone through all the modules. Now we have exclusive bonus modules just because you stayed until the end. So this first module is all about how to turn B and C grade listings into A++ listings, how to turn listings that kind of sell into listings that actually consistently sell. All right, so let's get into this module. Welcome to maximizing profit potentials by turning B and C grade listings into A++ listings. A lot of times our listings are just one optimization away from becoming an A++ listing, but we stop exploring prematurely because we always just assume that the grass is greener somewhere else. So for most, the research and development process for an Etsy shop looks something like this. Analyze your competition, find some keyword opportunities, decide on the product we're going to make, we're going to create the product, publish it, and repeat. And that pretty much is the standard when it comes to your research and development when you're making new products for Etsy. We all know by now the game of Etsy is always having a consistent inflow of new products, and research and development should never stop. So that process that I just explained, we know now that to win on Etsy, you have to have a consistent inflow. It's an engine. It never stops. We have to keep feeding the algorithm, enhancing
our product listings, getting more product listings, so on and so forth. So one just little hint with that note, what I always tell people is it's a marathon, not a sprint. Pick a launch number that's realistic to you and stick to it. So if realistically you can put out 10 new listings per month, then do 10 listings per month. If you can do 50 per month, do 50 per month. The winning isn't what that number is. The winning is being consistent with it and seeing growth over long periods of time. And so if you didn't know that was a part of an Etsy engine, hopefully you know now that to be successful on Etsy, you can never stop launching, right? It's just a part of this game. It's a horizontal scaling business, right? Once you have your Etsy ads maxed out, the only other way you can make more money is by launching more things and having more things to sell. But that is not the point of this series. That's just standard. So the issue is we get so caught up in the next thing that we tend to neglect important data and improve upon what's already serving us and what's already working. So because while Etsy is a game of always launching new things to sell, it is also a game of competing against your last best metric. Okay, so the Etsy algorithm, this is my beautiful picture I drew for you guys of a waterfall. It's like a waterfall, right? You're going to launch products and you're going to try to get things into that waterfall if the waterfall represents that algorithm, right? And sometimes we're going to throw things at that algorithm and it's going to miss and it's going to land in the bushes and it's going to land in the dirt over here. But every once in a while, a percentage of everything that we throw at that algorithm, it's going to hit the algorithm and it's hopefully going to turn into a B or an A listing or maybe even a C listing, right? Where it kind of makes sales or it's making good sales or maybe even has a bestseller badge. And our pool turns into, this pool, I put A here, but really like a pool of C, B, and A listings, A, B, and C listings, right? And we keep throwing new things at the algorithm, new product ideas to, increase our pool size. But what we really want to do is not only just have, our pool that looks like this with a bunch of A listings, we want to have a pool that's full of not just A and B and C listings, but we want to have a large pool of A listings and A plus listings and A plus plus listings and maybe even a viral product in there that's going viral multi-platform, not just on Etsy, right? And so we want to expand our pool. We don't want to limit our pool to just this guy. We want it to be this massive sea abyss. Okay. So I've often found that some of the lowest hanging fruit for stores is not to introduce new products, but to actually improve upon what is already there. And that's actually the lowest hanging fruit for them. And making brand new products and designs is a lot bigger effort than improving upon what's already there. So I call this a rerun. And a rerun is when you run the same product again with either a different main image or a new value proposition or maybe even some new keywords to see what it does when it hits the algorithm for a second time. Okay? And what I'm proposing is is in your weekly or monthly launch schedule, which you should already have, right, to keep that engine going, right? In your existing launch schedule, consider doing this. So if your launch schedule currently is 10 new products a month and it's always 10 new products per month, consider doing a mix of not just launching all new things, but split testing or doing reruns of what's already working in your shop. So if your launch schedule is 10 new per month, maybe consider doing 5 and 5 and breaking it up. This is going to ensure that we fully explore a product's potential before we forget about it. The truth is, we only have so many hours in the day, so we want to make sure that the time we spend is yielding us the best possible results, right? And so what we don't want to do is have a great, have our set of our best case scenario listings that are bestsellers and our A listings, but then just say that's it and move on to the next, right? It requires a lot of energy and time to think of new products all the time. So we might as well further explore the product opportunities that are already serving us and make sure that we're tapping out the potential of that product opportunity before we just move on to the next, batch of listings,
right? And so we're going to take this engine, right? And I just put 10 new products here per month because, let's just say it's 10 new products per month. We're going to take this existing engine and we're going to turn it into something like this. So we're adding a step in here where instead of just going for the jugular and chasing what everyone else is doing in our launch schedule, we're going to add in a second step here where we actually take a step back and we analyze our own existing products. So how do we decide which products we should do reruns on? Okay. Oh, is this a duplicate slide? Oh, I just went back one slide. Okay. So when I'm deciding how do we even know what we want to do a rerun on, right? So the only thing, I'm just going to preface this first, the only thing that I care about is profit. So my next best decision on what products I'm going to do a rerun on is solely going to be based around profit and you don't have to use Profitry because I'm going to use Profitry, but the point I'm trying to make is you can do this based off revenue, but a lot of times, especially in this example, you're going to see, the things that make you the most revenue aren't necessarily the ones making you the most profit. And you want to optimize for profit, or you can do whatever you want. It's your business. But I would optimize for profit because actually the only thing that really matters in business at the end of the day is profit and allowing profit to guide your next best decisions. So in this example, in this case study, I'm going to show you how to do this in Profitry, but you don't have to use Profitry. You can use your stats in Etsy. There's a million ways to kill one bird with, I don't know what I'm saying, but there's a million ways to do this. I'm just going to show you how I personally do it. And of course, I'm going to use my tool because this is why I built it. All right, so there's 3 types of reruns. When it comes to deciding the type of rerun we're going to do, we need to first understand the 3 different types of reruns. So the first type of refund I call it is the falling star. It's a product that historically that was performing good, but it's on its way out, right? Because we know that listings have a lifespan, right? Just because you post a listing today and it's a bestseller, that doesn't mean it's going to be a bestseller, 8 months from now, right? Or a few years from now. So sometimes for the falling stars, sometimes for these, it's a matter of split testing the main image and giving it a fresh new shot at the algorithm. And then I put in bold here, duplicate, do not edit an existing. So that's just a standard. If we're ever going to do a rerun, we're always going to duplicate and run it again because we're competing against our last best metric. Okay. We don't want to just edit the existing listing because that listing has already been judged by the algorithm, right? So we always want to change, duplicate, change, publish again, right? So that new listing can get a fresh shot at the algorithm. So let's just show you an example of how I spot falling stars. So like I mentioned, I'm going to use Profitry because Profitry, I only care about profit in my business when it comes to guiding me. So this is what a Profitry dashboard looks like. And the dashboard obviously is just showing you high level stats. It's showing your profit after all of your fees, after all of your transaction fees, processing fees, ad costs, and the most important piece of the pie here, which is your product costs, right? And you have a really nice visual here of holistic shop health data. And you can see, the overarching trend of how things are going, right? Are your production costs getting more expensive? Is your profit increasing or decreasing compared to the previous time period, right? The dashboard is really just to show you high level stats, but we're not focused on that. Right now, we want to go into our listing reports. So we're under a listing report for our current year. And so what we want to identify is a falling star, which is a listing that historically was doing well, but it's on a downward trend. So the first thing that I do is I come over here and I sort it by most profitable because obviously I care about the products that have historically made me the most money, right? And so what I'm going to do here with this first one with the falling stars is see if I can bring back a listing from the dead, in which I'll explain more of what that is. So here is a product which is really interesting that is second in line for generating me the most profit for the year, but you can see we're on a drastic downward trend in terms of the amount of profit it's doing this year compared to the previous year. So when I click on that product,
I can scroll down here and I can see a detailed report of how each variation option is performing in that listing. And you can clearly see here that we were doing really good at the beginning of the year, but now it's just on this really harsh decline compared to the previous time period. And so what would I do with this listing in terms of a rerun? For products like this that were historically doing good, sometimes it's just a matter, like I said, of just split testing the main image and giving it a fresh new shot. So here's an example of exactly that, right? There was this image that got switched to this image. This historically sold good, and then it was on a decline. And then all of a sudden, they changed the main image to this image, and now it's making consistent sales again. So it was just a matter of enhancing that main image. And usually images are the main thing, right? Images are the main moment of truth, right? You could argue it could be new keywords and stuff like that, which keywords you can check in your stats, but honestly, most of the time, the best shot at revamping something that's on a downward trend is by repositioning it or trying out a new main image. Keep in mind that this is the only way I've ever seen products come back from the dead. If you test a product one or two more times like this and it does nothing, then usually it's a product problem, and it's better to focus on a new or different product opportunities and put this one to rest, knowing that we've maxed out its potential. So when it comes to this first type of rerun, right? So if we have 10 product launches, here is one, right? So let's put this in our pipeline for the month one out of the 10 new listings that we're going to make. So when I say 10 new product launches per month, it doesn't mean you have to launch 10 new products, right? It means that 5 of those could just be split testing and doing a new fresh round of photography or making some new mock-ups to see if maybe we just have to enhance the image or, split test the image a few more times and run it again. And my point here is if you do this and you split test the image one or two more times, you stage it a little bit different, or in that case, they clearly brightened the image and made it better and it solved it. And sometimes that will hit the algorithm better than it did before, and it will come back. But if you test it one or two more times and nothing changes, then normally it's just no one wants the product anymore. It's going out. So we don't want to focus on it, but at least we can walk away from that product with confidence, knowing that we did what we needed to do in order to ensure that we could or could not bring it back from the dead. Now, the second type of reruns is the trendsetters. So it's a product that's actually on its way up, but maybe not fully explored. So let me show you what this looks like. So here we are back in Profitry, and we actually see in this third position here, we have a product, and it's actually interesting that it's a single product. All of these are bundles, and this is actually a listing that's by itself, that's on its way up compared to the previous time period, like drastically up, right? And what's actually interesting about this, profit-wise, this is in position 3, but when you go to your Etsy stats, it's actually in position 4. So it's actually interesting to see that this single product is actually making more profit than this one that, is saying that it's making us more revenue. All right, so now if we click on this listing, let's click on it. We can come in here and see the overall listing stats, right? You can see it holistically here, how it's doing over time, but we can also see the actual unique variation option that's selling the most and actually what variation option is making us the most profit. So it's interesting to see that the 20-inch pillow is making more profit than any of the 16, 18s, lumbars, right? And so what would be interesting to explore is further exploring this 20-inch pillow, right? And we can clearly see that there's been, some pretty consistent sales over the last year compared to this year, but then all of a sudden it's starting to do extremely well, which could have been, the result of someone leaving a really good review, or maybe Etsy featured it somewhere. So we want to keep this momentum going. We obviously know that this product is doing well. And so if they hadn't explored testing out this product in multiple different ways to compete against its, already performing metric, then they would want to consider doing a few things. So in this case scenario, that was one product in that listing that was in the main image, and we know that it's working. So why not split test it, that same 20-inch yellow pillow in a set, right? And put it into a bundle, right? Or what if we just did the more for less strategy and we did two 20 by 20 side by side in the main image, and it's basically showing, you know, the front end price, you can buy it by itself, or the second drop down menu saying that you can buy two of them in a bundled set for maybe a slightly cheaper price, right? And we actually know that this is something that works in this shop based off of other data. So if we haven't already bundled it with two, so the main image is showing two for a slightly cheaper price, or if we haven't explored putting it into a bundle somewhere, right? Because we also know bundles sell really well. Why don't we, you know, try this out, especially if that's the only listing that exists with that product in it, right? And just like that, we already have accomplished 3 out of the 5 new listing ideas that we're going to post for this month, just off of those 2 reruns. Now, the third type of rerun is product report inspiration. Product stats that are so sexy that it inspires you to make a product with an increased value proposition out of it. So what we were just analyzing in Profit Tree was a listing report, but what I'll show you now in Profit Tree is something really, really cool. So before, like I mentioned, we were on the listing report and analyzing on the listing level, and now we're on the product report, which is analyzing each individual product by itself. So all of the variation options combined. And so sometimes what happens here when you're analyzing your product is that you actually get product level inspiration for future renditions of products. So what's interesting here is when you sort it by the most profit and the products that are making us the most profit, you can see that these 3 SKUs are actually making us the most profit in comparison to the bundle. So BUN means bundle, which means you get, you know, 3 in a set basically, but these are individual items. So what does that mean? That means that we can also take this as an opportunity to further explore upon what's already working. So this is really, the image is showing, you know, the listing image, but these are actual individual SKUs for single product types, for a single item, right? Even though the picture shows more than one, it's actually identifying the only one product in there. But we know that because of the SKU. And by the way, guys, if you want to learn how to do SKUs for your store, I have a bonus at the end of this whole module for you. We basically have a free tool that will help you, and a training that helps you set up your SKUs. Because SKUs do a lot of things for your business in terms of tracking. You can use Profit Tree without SKUs. It's built with the logic that you can still do profit tracking without it, but there's a lot of benefits that come with actually identifying your products properly with SKUs. So that's a whole free bonus at the end of this. But anyway, let's get back to the point that we're trying to make here. So remember, on that product level, not on the listing level, we found interesting insights about that are 3 products that are actually making us the most profit are 3 individual pillows, not even a bundle, right? So what we could do with that, we could do bundle more for slightly less. So because those were all individual SKUs, we could do the same thing by putting 2 in the main image, and then do the same thing where it's just, you know, the main image is showing 2 of the same pillow, because we know that that actually works, right? And then we could also take 2 individual items and put them together in a bundle, if that makes sense. So we could take, let's go back to show you. So we could take, if we don't already have it, you know, say this SKU and this SKU, and put it in a bundled set, because these are the 2 that are individually making us the most money. So why don't we split test putting those 2 together, since people love them individually? If they don't already exist in a bundle together, why don't we run a new listing with 2 of the best selling products that sell best individually, and actually put fuel under the fire and sell them and showcase them stage in an image together, right? If we don't already have that. Moreover, right, we see that here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in the 7th position, right? This image is that exact example of taking 2 and putting the 2 of the same things with that value proposition of more for slightly less, right? So now you can buy 1 by itself and it's 1 price, or for the price of 2, you can get a slight discount, right? So why don't we do that same scenario that we know is working for this listing and implement that in this one, and this one, because a lot of people like to buy 2 anyway. So we might as well make that unique value proposition and split test that value proposition that otherwise doesn't already exist. Now, again, what is the winning in all of this, right? By doing this, you're ensuring that your time spent is yielding you the best case scenario outcomes while constantly challenging your listing's last best metrics, right? So we're always improving upon what we know is already working. So what are some other examples for, say, print on demand sellers? So if you are a POD shop and you have a hot product that's killing it, but does not offer personalization, so if you go into Profit Tree and you see that your top selling product is a shirt and it doesn't currently offer the value proposition of personalization, and you've kind of stayed away from personalization because it's more work on your back end, right? But maybe if we see that this existing item actually would make sense with a personalization component, it actually would put fuel under the fire, right? We can take that best-selling product based off profit, duplicate it, and try it out with a personalization component and see, like, we already know the product is hot, right? So we might as well just maximize it, and even add more value to it by adding the personalization component and seeing which one actually gets, better click-through rates, better conversion rates, right? And if it's the one with the personalization, then we obviously know that we just optimize the existing value proposition, to make it even more perceived valuable. And again, we're going to duplicate and run it again with a clear value add in value proposition. Other examples, more for less. So taking the same one thing that people already love and bundling it twice. So maybe if it makes sense for your product, if you want, most people already are buying 2 pillows, right? You can buy 1 or you can buy 2 for slightly less price. If your main image is not advertising the most purchased product in your listing, okay, so this is a really good example as well. And this is something that's really easy to spot. So that was kind of like that example when we found that the 20-inch pillow is actually making, more than 50% of the sales. But if the 20-inch pillow wasn't the one being advertised, or 20 inches wasn't the top keyword in the listing, right, then we would want to optimize or duplicate the listing and optimize for what's actually what variation option is actually selling the most. So this is very common in print on demand. So if you have a really best-selling print on demand shirt, but when you go and you look at in Profit Tree the variation option that's actually making you the most money, and it's a white female shirt, but the mock-up is showing a tan on a guy, right? Then we might want to duplicate the listing and change the main image to a white shirt on a female, right? Since that's the actual variation option that's being purchased the most in the listing.
All right, everybody, and congrats. So welcome to bonus module workshop number 2. This bonus workshop is all about how to build brand loyalty and raving fans post-sale. So what is our follow-up method? How are we going to get customers to buy time and time again and become actually loyal fans that would promote us for free? That is what we're going to be talking about in this module. So let's get into it.
After we get a sale, we don't want to do this. We don't want to just be like, bye customer, never talking to you ever again, and that's basically it, right? No, instead, we want to keep that conversation going as long as possible. The more micro commitments you can get someone to make post-sale subconsciously, the more loyal they're becoming to your brand. Right? So what are some micro commitments? Like, what does that even mean? Right? So a micro commitment could be a follow on Instagram. It could be a tag on Instagram, a tag on IG. It could be they purchased something else, so they were upsold into buying a second product. They could become an ambassador for your store. They could join a community group, a Facebook group, or a Slack channel or something like that. They could even leave a review. It's just any action that you can make them take after sale, as many actions that we can keep that conversation, interactions after the sale happen. So what is the goal? The goal with this is to figure out what the best case scenario conversation looks like post-sale for your specific customer avatar, right? And there's all different ways that you can do follow-up with your marketing after you get a sale, but it's not one size fits all. It's understanding your particular product for your customer avatar and what's going to work specifically for you. So what are some ideas? What can we actually do? What does this look like visually? So the first thing that I'm going to share with you is the first moment of truth that you really have immediately after you get a purchase is a post-purchase follow-up message. So MOT is moment of truth. So the first moment of truth is what can we do immediately after they purchase? Well, we can send them a message right there in Etsy Messenger. Send a thank you message to anyone who has spent money with you. Thank you for supporting small family-owned business. You can expect your order to ship in XYZ timeframe. We would love to continue to share our small business journey with you on social media. Follow us now and we will DM you XYZ sexy offer, and here is the link to our social account, right? So we send this message directly to someone after they purchase, and we ask them to follow us on Instagram. If you follow us on Instagram, we'll give you a discount code, and that discount code ideally is going to bring you back into your Etsy shop. So when you're sending out this message, there are some expectations, right? This works better or worse per your niche, right? Maybe it's just better to do a direct upsell if your customer avatar doesn't live on social media, right? Maybe it's better to drive them somewhere else. I don't know. It just depends what works for you. This is just some ideas to, for you to start thinking about what that funnel should be. And all of this, again, is subject to test. The reason I really like Instagram is because it's a way to get free followers. So maybe out of every 100 sales you get, 10 to 15 of these people follow you on Instagram, and you didn't have to spend hours making content, or you didn't have to pay for that follower. Building a social following with all the hottest traffic leads plus you're building a social following with all the hottest traffic leads in the world, which are people that have spent money with you, right? Your hottest traffic of people that are going to spend money with you again are people that have already spent money with you. That is the most hyper targeted audience that you can have, again, is people that have already purchased from you, right? And so when you're cultivating a social media following where every single person has spent money with you, that's a really powerful thing. And the other ways of getting traffic to your Instagram and followers is by doing ads or making content all day to try to, go viral with ads. So it's just a really low hanging fruit way to get people to follow you on Instagram. And with my first company, we grew our Instagram to over 4,000 followers just by sending that message. And again, it's the most hyper targeted audience that you can have for a following, because it's all people that spend money with you. I think I just said that 6 times. Okay. So you need to monitor the thing with this though, you need to monitor your Instagram account at least one time, per a 24-hour period. And every single person that follows you, you have to send them the discount code or a link with the discount code embedded in it back to your Etsy store, so that they can redeem their discount. So you do have to be looking at Instagram all the time to basically get them so you can, send them the message. And some people ask me here, they're like, well, how do I know that they followed me and they came from this Etsy message? If you're not organically making content and on behalf of your products, you're not going to get any followers. Like if you're not doing video and all this stuff or influencers, like you can just assume that all your new followers are coming from this message. And even still, like say you are making some content and getting followers organically from your content, I would still send those new followers a discount code to go purchase from my Etsy shop for sure. But again, if you're really making a lot of content to the point where you're actually getting followers from it, I would be driving it to my own website, not to an Etsy shop. So the second moment of truth opportunity that you have is a product insert, right? So a thank you card that goes in the package. And even if you're doing print on demand, Printify even has product inserts now, which that's in your bonus. So there's a bonus course with Heather Studio that goes through that and setting that up. So the key attributes that matter on a product insert are a thank you, possibly care instructions if your product needs care instructions, a call to action, an offer. Possibly, I love to hear your feedback. If you had a 5-star experience, we would love for you to give us a 5-star review, and a QR code. So a QR code to wherever the call to action is. Like if the call to action is a direct upsell to go back and purchase something else, if the call to action is to go to Instagram, like whatever your call to action is, you need to use a QR code. If you make people have to do work, you're going to increase the drop off. Same thing with sending the discount code on Instagram. Like if you just give them a discount code, but you don't link them back to Etsy, you just increase your drop off, because it's a lot more work to have to go find you manually on Etsy again or go back into their orders other than just like clicking a link. So if there's ever a call to action for something, embed a link, a QR code, anything to make it as easy as possible to get there. Just side note. Okay. And these are just some ideas. This doesn't mean you need to do all of this on one piece of product insert, right? But here's an example, right? Here's a thank you card. And the QR code on the front takes them to the Etsy shop. And then on the back, it says, thank you for supporting small family-owned business. Tag us on Instagram now with your merch, and we will send you a secret one-time 50% off code, right? And then that second QR code is to their Instagram account, right? And then there's care instructions. So this is one example of you have your thank you have care instructions, you have a call to action, and you have an offer, and you have QR code. I would refrain from trying to do multiple call to actions. Like I wouldn't do an upsell and a call to action. I would split test one call to action at a time. So these are just some ideas, right? And this is subject to tests and to see what works better or worse for you. So that was tag us on Instagram for a discount code. If someone's not only following you, but then they're tagging you on Instagram, that's a really loyal follower. And we're going to go through a funnel that worked really well for me in a second, but it's just an option. Maybe your people don't like posting on Instagram, right? For things that you wear, like funny shirts or jewelry or hats, people tend to like to go on social media and share that type of stuff. Other niches, it doesn't work as well, but it's subject to tests. Instead of doing tag on Instagram, you could just go for the direct upsell with, if you had a 5-star experience, I would please consider leaving a 5-star review, QR code back to Etsy. They go back to Etsy to get their upsell and maybe leave you a review. Or maybe it's something like join our ambassador group, and the call to action is to scan to get into your Telegram or your Slack channel if you're doing some sort of community building. Again, like the opportunities are kind of endless. It's just picking one, testing it out. If it's giving you good results, then stick with it. Maybe if you think maybe we can try something else out, we try something else out. And it's just something that you test over time as you get more sales. So for us specifically, what's worked for us really well in the past, for my first company, which was jewelry, it's a wearable. And you'll actually, if you go into the 7-figure case study, you'll actually see the product insert we use, the whole funnel that we specifically use. But this is kind of just a high level of what we actually did. So what we would do is we would have the post-purchase follow-up message. And basically the first message was, thank you so much for following us on, or thank you so much for your purchase. Follow us now on Instagram for 15% off. And if you're going to do this, a funnel, and you're offering, and the offer is discounts, you always need to make sure that the offer gets sexier. So it can't be 15% off and then 10% off, right? There has to be a sexier incentive as they get down the funnel, if that makes sense, right? So if you're doing a daily sale of 10% off, this has to be 15. And then the tag has to be something super sexy. Plus, like going as far as tagging us on Instagram, wearing their jewelry, that's a really big ask. So you want to make that discount so sexy that it's like, maybe we're just breaking even, but we don't even care because we just want to get, some content. So anyway, let's back up. This is what worked really well for us as a wearable. So post-purchase follow-up message, follow us on Instagram for 15% off. We would be monitoring our Instagram. We would then send them back. We would say it's a one-time code, even though it's not. It would be like love 6784113 or something, but it was not a one-time code because you're not going to realistically make a discount code each time you get a follower. But the pros outweigh the cons. Most people will treat it as a one-time code. They won't try to do it again if they want to purchase a third or fourth time. All right, so then what happens? You just got a repeat buyer, which helps you increase your SEO. So you got to follow on Instagram for free. Ideally, they purchased again with their 15% off. Etsy just saw that you got a second purchase, which increases your SEO. That shows that you have a healthy shop, that you're getting repeat buyers really fast. Then they get their product, and we have a product insert that says now, tag us for 40% off. So now they're already following you. Hey, if you love your product, now tag us on Instagram in a story or a post, and we'll send you a one-time 40% off discount code. If someone is going out of their way to tag you, they have a very high probability of purchasing again. So, and you just got a repeat buyer potentially, UCG content, or it's UGC, user generated content, right? So now, like for us with jewelry, we would get dozens of girls tagging us per month. And a lot of those girls were like micro influencers, or some of them were actual legit influencers. So now we're getting free photos and they're sharing it with all their friends. So it's free marketing because they're tagging us and all their friends are seeing it. And it's obviously going to increase our SEO on Etsy when we have all this new free marketing coming in. Basically, you're killing like 7 birds with this follow-up method, right? And you're just, again, you see how you're just trying to keep that conversation going as fast as possible. Now you have a hyper-targeted audience following you on social media. You're not a viral TikToker, right? You don't have to spend hours a day making videos. But if you want to run giveaways or contests, right, you just post, hey, we're having a giveaway this month. And now you have hyper-targeted people following you. So, hey, win $100 gift card, send in the best video, tag us in a video, tag us in a picture of you repping your merch. And the best one will win, $100, right? And so now they do the rules of the contest and, you announce who the winner is. And now you have this little engine going with social media. And this is how you can grow your social media just with the most hyper targeted fans that you already have. And some of the best influencers are people that have already spent money with you. Like with my Shopify brand, we had a whole influencer outreach team where we had girls reaching out to hundreds of people per month. And those influencers, like half of them just take the free product, even though we were hyper targeting influencers that we were reaching out to. But it was like almost like the best influencers were the people that had purchased from us before. And yeah, so by doing this, like doing contests, giveaways, stuff like that, you get your loyal fans come out, and it's a low cost way to basically find influencers if this makes sense for your product line. Other things that we did was an ambassador launch. So we would post once every few weeks on our story and on our Instagram saying, hey, we're looking for ambassadors, and sign up we will DM us the code word love, and we'll send you the link to our private Facebook group where you can become an ambassador. And then we started, and this was for jewelry. And so then we funneled like over 150 people into a Facebook group where literally they just talk about self-love and their jewelry. And, they had a discount code. They got a 15% off discount code for all their purchases. And we just had this Facebook group where people would talk about their favorite styles and give us feedback, and they just want a sense of community. And again, this works better or worse for different types of niches, but for jewelry, it worked really well. And if you're doing something like, dog related, very niche related, tends to work really, really well. Our home decor company doesn't work as good. We are starting to pull out, designers and stuff but it's a little bit different. But if it does make sense for your shop, right, the outcome there is that you're actually building a real community around your products. But here's a different real life example. Oh my gosh, I spelled example wrong. Here's a different real life example. I was just at a market, right? And this is just how, this guy built his funnel. But this was not even on Etsy, but this could be on Etsy, how their funnel works. So I purchased a bread baking starter kit. So I bought their kit to bake your own bread. So I purchased that bread. Their immediate thing was join our Telegram community. So the call to action post-purchase, join our community of people that support you on your bread making journey. Like you can do this with soaps, candle making kits. The opportunity is endless, and it's actually just kind of crazy how much people are making from just sharing how to do things, DIY gardening stuff. There's just so many different things that you can do with this. So then I open the product and I get upsold into buying all the tools that I need, right? So I have my kit, but I need a pan, I need a thermometer, I need a certain scraper tool. And so then I get upside into buying all these other products, right? And then they're making commissions, or in your case, you could sell those other supporting products that you need. All right. And then there's more upsells, because now you start making your bread, but wait a second, you can bake pizza and bagels and all these other things. So you can buy upsold into new bundle recipes, right? And then, these were just some ideas. This isn't what they did, but then it's like, you're in our community. Hey, we're going to run a contest on our Instagram. Go follow us on Instagram and post a story or a post of the bread that you made that week, and the most delicious one wins. You know what I mean? The idea of continuity on the back end is just endless. And you want to mastermind, some sort of version of this, whatever makes sense for you. But this is just to show you an example. And finally, whatever system that you put in place, you want to have some sort of trackable system to track the results. So you want to track, if you're doing a discount code and you want to split test different discount codes, when you set the discount code up in Etsy, you can see how many people redeem that discount code, right? Is the 15% off discount code sexy or not? Is the 20% off code, you know what I mean? Same thing with using the QR codes or Bitly links, right? These are two websites where, when you send them the link to your Instagram for, 15% off discount code, how many people, which one gets the higher CTR? When I say 15% off, I mean, obviously if the higher the discount, the more people are going to click, or maybe it doesn't make a difference. 15 to 20% discount code doesn't actually affect how many people click your Bitly Instagram link that bring them into following you on Instagram. By the way, a Bitly link is just something that you cloak a link with to track the results. So Bitly is a website. You can go to bitly.com, take the URL of your Instagram, cloak it and turn it into a Bitly link, and then now you can track how many clicks that link is actually getting, right? Same thing with your QR code. So there's this QR code generator. There's a free version where you can make QR codes for free, but if you want to pay for the upsold version, you can track how many people are actually scanning that QR code, or actually you could probably do the free Bitly and put the free Bitly link in the QR code or something like that. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but the point is that you want to be able to track your results with your funnel, right? And I would say a good data sample to see, the outcome of any result of something is about 100. So if you send 100 follows on Instagram messages for X offer, send out 100, see what the conversion rate is, right? Out of 100, if 10 people do it, then maybe that's a good offer versus, if you send out it with a different offer, 100, and you up it to 20 and 20% off, right? And maybe it doubles. It gets 20 new followers versus the 10. But you want to track it so that you can always optimize against your last best score to see what gets you the best outcome. Anything you do in the marketing world, you want to make it trackable. Just get that in your head already. Like if you want to try to change an offer, change a value proposition, we want to make sure that we can track the result somehow. And this is very simple to do because you can just put it with a Bitly link, and see how many people actually redeem your discount codes, right? For whatever. But overall, guys, this is how you build brand loyalty. You keep that conversation going as long as possible. Let me know if you have any questions in the comment section, and I'll see you in the next module. Bye, guys.
Alrighty, guys, and congrats. We are on the final stretch here, and this is bonus module number 3, arguably one of the most important modules when it comes to understanding your business. This bonus module is all about learning how to build a trackable business, right? We don't want to fly blind in our companies. We want to know what our profit is. We want to know all the pieces of the pie so we can tweak our business to get to 6-figure or 7-figure profits. You can't do that if you don't do the fundamentals of tracking your products and your entire shop. So we're going to show you how to do that in this module. I hope you really enjoy it. And overall, I'm just happy that you've made it this far, and you should congrats yourself of really doing the right thing in order to set yourself up for 2025. All right, guys, let's get into this next module.
In the very beginning, winning is going to market and getting product market fit sooner than later. So it's okay that we look over things like setting up our business entity right away, opening up a business bank account, nailing the perfect packaging, having standard operating procedures for customer service, right? All of which is coming later. But in the beginning, like I said, it's not the most important thing. So it's okay to overlook certain things, right? Because we want to just get to market sooner than later and start collecting data on our products and seeing what's working and, getting some revenue in so we can reinvest it back into our business. However, there are some things we do not want to overlook because they are a huge headache later on. So there's some things like building a trackable business and understanding our business breakdown, which we don't want to overlook this step because it's actually really hard to backtrack later on and rework things in the business model in order for these things to make sense. So it's important to adopt certain best practices sooner than later. So including these two things that we're going to be talking about. So first of all, what is a trackable business? It means that at the end of each month, you know exactly what you sold and how much profit you took home on each product you're selling, right? So the problem is that one day you may have hundreds of listings comprised of thousands of variations. And in order to build a trackable business, you need to put a tracker on each product you sell. So this was my personal experience in the case study that you guys will see if you're in the all-in masterclass, right? I had hundreds of listings that were comprised of thousands of different variation options, like you can see here, and different variation options had different costs associated with them, and I had no way to track actually what I was selling on a per product level. And it's okay, most sellers don't, because they just don't either know that this is an option or they don't really understand why this is important. All right, so that tracker I'm talking about is something called a SKU. And you have an option to put in a SKU in your listings when you're creating your listings. It's an option here. And technically, every unique product that you're selling should have its own unique SKU. So what is a stock keeping unit? It means stock keeping unit, first of all. And even if you're a print on demand seller, I want you to understand what a SKU does, because even though you don't actually need to make SKUs because your print provider makes them for you, you should at least understand what they do. So a SKU allows you to see what's sold outside an image title, outside of an image, title, and an image. I meant to say title and image. It also allows you to track your product cost on your per product level. So on each unique variation option, right? If those different variation options have different price points and they have different costs associated with them, there's no way for you to track those costs on an order level if you don't have a unique identifier to tell you what it is, right? So without the SKU here, so here's an order, right? Without this SKU here, right, you would have to actually read this or look at the image or guess what, based off the, basically reverse engineer what the product is, based off these things. So a SKU identifies your product. So even if you didn't look at an image, a title, or this, your SKU should tell you exactly what it is inside of these codes, right? So here's another image, right? So just with the quantity and the SKU, you should know in your fulfillment room exactly where to go grab that item, right? Because this Van HL21 8 ounce, right, should exist somewhere on your shelf. So you know exactly what to grab, or you know the components of what makes up that product. So if you're doing made to order, you know where those components exist because you have these identifiers on each material that you need to make the product. What having a SKU does, it allows you to, again, associate the SKU with something called a cost of goods sold. And cost of goods sold is product cost, right? A cost of goods sold is the total cost associated with making the product, the materials, maybe if you had labor that had to go into the product, right? Maybe you have had to pay shipping. So there was shipping for the raw materials to get to your house, right? So you include all of the direct costs of making the product in your product cost, but we're going to show you more of how we can achieve this for your store. But it allows you to associate the exact item with its an exact cost. Now, even if at the end of this you don't want to use a SKU system for your store, right? You're like, this is too much work. That's totally fine. We still will be able to build a trackable business for you. But I still think, again, for best case scenarios, you should understand what a SKU does, right? And how SKUs will contribute to giving you better insights about your product line. So in order for you to know your profit, you need to know this breakdown, right? So remember how I said it's important to understand your business breakdown. So this is kind of like a profit and loss statement, I guess you could call it, right? Well, it's a breakdown, not a profit and loss, but it's a breakdown of your Etsy business, right? So you have shipping, you have your gross sales, you have your shipping, discounts, refunds, a big expense here, which is your cost of goods sold or your product costs, right? And you're associating those costs to the sales of all the items that you sold in that month or that time period, right? So what a lot of people do when they're doing their bookkeeping, and this by no means is going into depth into your accounting because that's much later into the course, but what most people do is if I made $1,000 that month, but I had to spend $1,000 stacking up inventory for my materials, that doesn't mean that you made $0, right? If you made 1,000 and you had to spend 1,000 on a cash basis, it does. But technically, that's not a true representation of how your store is doing, because actually, and the problem with that is that you're expensing all of that material of all of your inventory before it actually sells. When in reality, you want to associate every order with the production costs, right? With what it costs to make that order, right? And that is called cost of goods sold. So then at the end of the month, you can reduce that from all of your other, your transaction fees, your listing fees, your processing fees, your shipping costs, your ad costs. So you can actually see you're profitable. So if you're saying I made 1,000, but I spent 1,000 because I had to stock up on inventory, right? You're basically saying that your business made no money when actually your business did make money when you look at it properly, right? So if you do not know your cost of goods sold or your product cost at the end of the month, then that also means you won't know your true profit, right? You won't know if the business makes sense or not, right? Which also means you won't know how much piece of the pie is left over for the most important variable expense you have. And that variable expense, right? Like a lot of these are not variable expenses. They're expenses that you have. You have a 6.5% transaction fee with Etsy. You have listing fees. You have payment processing fees, right? You have your shipping costs. That is kind of variable depending on the weights of the orders or whatever for the month. But one of the biggest variable expenses that you have is your marketing for your Etsy business and investing in your ads. But if you don't know your cost of goods sold, then you don't know what your net profit percentage is before marketing. So that means then you don't know how much money you have left over or how much operating profit, this green operating profit, you don't know how much piece of the pie you even have left to allocate to ad costs. And the reason people have such a hard time with Etsy ads is because it's really uncomfortable for them, because they already don't understand how much money they're making, or they don't visually see, or they can't conceptualize what money is even left over. I can't imagine spending money in Etsy ads if I don't even know if I'm making a profit, right? So that's a huge issue. So people are like, oh, I don't want to deal with Etsy ads. But in reality, Etsy ads are the key. They were the key of what made me successful on Etsy. And if you do Etsy ads properly with the correct strategy in place, your Etsy ads should not only make you more revenue, but it should make you way more profit, right? A really dialed in Etsy shop that has with a good set of products that is already doing well organically would, at very, very worst, double or triple profit when they have Etsy ads on, right? And most people try it for like 3 seconds and then they turn it off because they don't know how to analyze their actual shop. And so that's why all these modules coming up, we're going to go really deep into that. So, but it's important that you first understand these preliminary concepts, because it's going to be very uncomfortable for you to start running Etsy ads if you're running a business model that doesn't already make sense before Etsy ads, right? So your marketing costs can make or break an Etsy shop. It can make or break, because depending on how expensive it is to acquire a customer through Etsy ads, right? If we come back here, right, we're in just this screenshot here, right, we have a 34% operating profit. But if this Etsy ads cost all of a sudden went up to 40 or 50%, that would kill my profit, right? And so we have to have a visual of this and understand what all these pieces of the pie are to know what we're going to even allow our Etsy ads to get up to, right? And then we know and then it will signify when we need to dial back or we can dial up with Etsy ads to, run them, get them to profitability. So it's important, again, that we built a business that makes sense after marketing. But before we invest in marketing, we need to make sure we understand our business breakdown and our numbers before marketing. And we need to know what our projected profit percentage is before marketing, right? So exactly what I just said, right? We need to know that there is room to play. So I would say that, it's pretty standard that companies spend, it doesn't mean that this is going to be true for you. Big companies usually allocate up to 20% of their sale prices to marketing, right? So if you're somebody that your profit margin percentage before marketing, right? So your profit margin percentage, so this green pie chart is before this purple, is only like 10%, then you're not really leaving a lot of budget in there for your ad costs, right? And maybe you're making your profit percentage before marketing really low in the beginning because you want to launch with a cheaper price on the front end and then increase your prices later on, which is strategies that we'll talk about later. But the moral of the story here is we have to make sure that our pie chart makes sense before we turn these on. And this all ties back into SKUs because SKUs are what is going to allow us to associate it to our costs. Or even if you don't want to use SKUs, you're still going to be able to put in we're still going to be able to get you your product cost, but it's just better with SKUs. Okay, so how do I make a meaningful SKU system? If you're doing print on demand, the important thing to know is that you should still use the SKU of the POD provider you have, and you will see why coming up here in the next module. So yeah, if you're doing print on demand, your print on demand provider is going to have SKUs. And so what you want to make sure that you're doing if you are doing print on demand is you want to make sure that you're publishing your SKUs from Printify or Printful so that you're carrying over the SKU or putting in your SKUs in your Etsy listings. Because again, we'll explain why in the next module, why that's important for profit tracking. So a SKU can be something like this. And a SKU is an internal code that is just used for your own purpose, right? So a SKU is comprised of a set of attributes. Each one of these are attributes that technically tell you exactly what the product is, right? So it looks really, intimidating, but then actually, if you're selling jewelry, this could resemble gold earring hoop 1-inch 2mm, right? So if I wanted to know how many more 2mm or how much more 2mm hoop earrings I'm selling than 1mm or 5mm, right? That's an attribute that I would want to know. So these attributes are things that you intentionally decide based off your product line and what you would want to know about what's going on in your business. So versus this is a silver earring hoop 1-inch 3mm. So vice versa, say I wanted to know how much more gold versus silver I'm selling, or just in general on this unique product, am I selling more of this unique product or the more of a silver earring hoop 1-inch 4mm, what other variations you have in that listing. Now I have a SKU generator tool that you got for being in this course, which there is a link to get that SKU generator tool. And there's also another additional training showing how to use this and how to start building out your SKUs. And in that as well, there's an additional page in there on the last page when you go through that training that allows you to basically do an estimated profit percentage before marketing in there. So as you're, making your SKUs, associating them to their cost of goods sold, right? Then you can also estimate your profit percentage before marketing. So all of that is in that free tool and in that video down below. So make sure you go and check that out. So now let's move into part 2. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to part 2. All right, let's get all right into it. Okay, ever heard of the term flying blind? Imagine steering a ship without knowing where you're headed. That's how 90% of Etsy shop owners operate. They rely solely on revenue, clicks, favorites to guide their decisions, but the only thing that truly matters is profit. So that whole spiel that I went on before about tracking and all this stuff, right? Most people don't want to do the work to track their profit. And so by default, they're just kind of running their ship, on the edge of their seat, guesstimating these metrics. And when you leave, your ship up to chance of where you're heading and maybe just guesstimating, you can sometimes get to your destination, but it's just, you scale a lot more confidently when where every dollar is being spent and how much money you're actually how much you're making. And, you can actually see that, okay, I put 3 hours a day into doing this to yield X result, right? Instead of just, doing what feels good. So again, don't worry, even if you do not want this, even though if you don't want SKUs, so all the SKU things that we just setting up SKUs, and now at least you understand SKUs, you have the SKU generator, right? Even if you don't want SKUs, although it is best practice, no matter how complex your product line is, we still have a solution for you. But we again, you do have that SKU generator tool if you decide one day that you want to make some SKUs. So even if you don't have SKUs, we still can achieve a dashboard that gives you meaningful data. Okay. So this is a profit tree dashboard. It's the first ever real-time profit tracking tool for sellers. And again, if you're first starting out, this might not be, if you're not making money, obviously this isn't the most important thing right now. The most important thing is getting sales. But you want to have that tracking in place for when you do get sales, because again, it's really painful on the back end, right? You want to have a control panel for your shop look something like this, where you can see all of your operating expenses, your product costs, your profit, right? Your profit percentages, how your store is doing over time compared to the previous time period, how specific products are doing over time. Are they on an upward trend? Are they on a downward trend, right? We're going to talk about all the good stuff with this tool here in a second. But yeah, this is what a proper control panel looks like. Having a visual like this constantly in your face telling you what's going on, right? So the nature of Etsy, the very nature of Etsy, and is that you can test everything. So you can take, if you're selling this phone case, right? You can take this phone case, stage it in one environment and have one image, publish that listing, and you can duplicate that listing with, say, another image that has a green and a blue phone case, and you can run them against each other. And this is a big hint I'm giving you, foreshadowing for what to come. This is one strategy that made me successful on Etsy. It's like one of the core reasons of why I have been able to do 7 figures is because I test everything, and everything is a data driven decision, right? And so when you duplicate your listings, right? So in this example, we have a silver earring hoop 1" 3mm, but this exact variation option exists in 3 different listings, right? If you have a SKU, what you can then get with your profit tree account, right, is a consolidated report of all of the total sales of this unique item across all the listings that it exists in, right? So here's an example, right? Just to further clarify. Say you're selling this gold 18-inch gold rope necklace, right? And it's in this listing over here, right? And you have in this listing, you're selling the rope chain with all these different sizes. 18-inch is one of the sizes. But then also, or 16-inch, let's pretend it's the 16-inch, right? So it's a 16-inch variation option. But then also, wait a second, you have a second listing that is selling different items, right? But you also have that 16-inch necklace exist in a different listing. Wouldn't you want to know collectively how much money you're making on this 16-inch necklace on each listing and collectively together? So wouldn't you want to know the performance of that unique item to all, alone, just the 16-inch necklace across all of your listings, right? You can't get this information inside of Etsy stats. And really, Etsy's stats pages, which we'll, explore later in the modules, are good, but anytime you're selling on a third-party platform, the platform, whether it's on Amazon, Wayfair, Faire, right, they're going to give you your stats in a way that makes it feel really good, and they're going to manipulate the data to make it seem, they're going to show you what you want to see, right? Here is a real profit tree dashboard, right? And again, the profit tree dashboard, if we're just highlighting your control panel here, right? The dashboard alone shows you a lot of valuable things, right? We can see our transaction fees, our payment processing fees, our shipping costs, our ad costs, right? We have this beautiful visual of how it's happening, how our store's doing over time, right? So let's just point out some key performance indicators here, right? So just on the dashboard alone, right? If I click on profit, a healthy shop would show an increase of profit over time. So if you're increasing your profit percentage over time, that means that you're tweaking the dials on maybe things like getting your cost of goods sold down, getting your ad costs down, right? Maybe getting your shipping costs, not so much that you can get it down, but maybe you start charging for shipping, right? So a healthy shop over time would be seeing an increase of profit percentage, right? It would also be seeing an increase in return on ad spend, which I don't want to scare you too much because we're not even close to getting to talk about ads yet, but you can see ROAS here, right? We would want that to increase over time. We would also want to see, if your shop was pretty healthy, we would want to see your average order value also increasing over time, meaning that you're getting the same data sample of customers, but on average to spend more money per purchase with your listing. And there's a bunch of strategies to do that as well. Same thing with increasing ROAS,
right? So the dashboard shows you a lot of valuable metrics. And what I really love is that it shows it compared to the previous time period, right? So you can see how you're doing over time, right? And the health of your shop. So our profit, if we click on profit, right? So on this one, right, the profit here is actually dropping compared to the previous time period. So there may be an indicator that something is happening, something is wrong in our engine. Maybe they stopped launching new products. Maybe they haven't launched anything in a while, which is usually one of the big causes, right? But again, all of this stuff we're going to go deeper in the later modules when we get more into analyzing your shop. But overall, this is the trackable business model that you want to see. Now, if we click on a listing report here, right, we can see a whole panel of all of these products, right? So if we click on our best selling products, right, what we might find is that our best selling product and our most profitable products are actually two different products, right? So you can see how it changes a little bit here. So this one, it actually becomes the second most profitable product compared to this one, even though this one's selling more units, right? And so then when we click on the listing report, we can scroll down here and see actually what product is in the listing is making us the most profit, right? So if this one is making us, these two are making us, more 80% of the sales and profit, right? But the main image had only this product in it, right? Then we wouldn't want to optimize that listing with this image, right? So this data really is valuable and shows you exactly what you need to be focused on. Now, again, for the SKUs and where product reports becomes really valuable is like I mentioned before, because when you click on the products, right, you can come in here and click on a SKU and you can see, a unique SKU right here, right? You can see the SKU here and it did $500 in sales, but it across two different listings that are going tail and tail together, right? So if you don't use SKUs, your product reports is still super valuable because you can't get that data on Etsy alone, but it's also it's just more valuable if you do the SKU syncing and you duplicate your SKUs. And your cost of goods sold, if you want to input your product costs, right, you would just come into the product cost tab and you can either input your product costs manually, so you can update your costs here, or you can upload your cost of goods sold in bulk when you have SKUs, or if you're doing print on demand, you can just do a one-click integration with Printify or Printful. So, yep, pretty simple stuff. Does a lot for your store and it sets you up for the best case scenario and the best practices, especially in these early stages in business, for you to, really, be doing these things properly from the beginning. Because like I said, it's a lot harder to backtrack when you already have hundreds or thousands of products that you're selling. Huge congrats to every single person that has finished the entire Etsy 2025 Success Blueprint course. Every single tool, resource, anything that we've talked about in this video is going to be linked below in the description. I hope you guys have a successful 2025 and absolutely crush your goals next year. Again, thank you so much for staying to the end, and please do not hesitate to reach out or comment down below any questions that you have.